Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm hoping I'm live on YouTube now because I accidentally forgot to make it live and public at the same moment. There we are. I think I'm live on YouTube. Okay. We've got an interesting one today. I wanted to talk about Tucker Carlson and his interview with what's his name? Mike Huckabee. Where is it? Hold on. Just going to pull this puppy up real fast. And then we're going to play it. Aforementioned puppy has been pulled. All right. Tucker Carlson interviewed Mike Huckabee. And Mike Huckabee made it very clear that he is like Israel first. It was an absolutely insane interview. Oh my God. I want to watch the whole thing. Let's check this out. All right, here we go.
Ambassador, thank you very much for having us, for inviting me. I was grateful to be invited.
Well, thank you.
I was grateful because I don't like all the name calling. I've engaged in some of it. I want to apologize for that. In general, I don't think people should be going immediately to motive, calling each other Nazis or anti-Semites. I said I hate the Christians.
Well, he is a Nazi.
Be going immediately to motive, calling each other Nazis or anti-Semites. I said I hate the Christian Zionists. I lost control of myself. Of course I don't. I've apologized for that. I have problems with my anger, and so I just want to apologize.
Wow, interesting. Setting the tone for the interview right out the gate, trying to make it, make him feel less defensive. In reality, Tucker is about to absolutely destroy Mike Huckabee. He's going to attack him relentlessly through this entire episode. Also, there was a claim from Tucker that he was arrested in Israel. I don't believe it. After looking into it a bit, I think he's lying. I think he's full of it. I don't think he was arrested. I don't think he was detained. Nothing. I think it was for attention, fully and completely. But okay.
To you, since you are a Christian Zionist.
You and I have known each other for over 30 years.
Over 30 years. That is totally true.
Back when you were in Little Rock. So
yes,
I was
at the newspaper.
It's why I wanted us to have a conversation, talk to each other, and not about each other. And I appreciate very much your coming here to.
Of course, and I'm only staying a couple hours, unfortunately, because I kind of shoehorned this in. But I hope that I will be back soon.
He did not kind of shoehorn this in. He intentionally planned this entire trip and tried to contact the military and everything to make sure that he wasn't going to be arrested when he arrived. And then when he did arrive, he claimed that he was arrested. It's completely full of shit.
And I hope that I can come back soon because I actually like, despite what you may hear, I actually like the country. I've been here a lot. And there are a lot of things I love about it. And I want to talk to people in it for a week.
Good.
And get a better sense of it. So I want to ask you, everyone I've talked to in preparation for this has said the same thing. Jonathan Pollard?
Wait, in preparation? I thought you said you shoehorned it in. Were you lying? Were you lying then, or are you lying now?
I'm just going to throw the name to you and have you explain.
No, I'm glad you asked.
Of course.
Interestingly, there's been a lot of things about it. You're the first person who has asked me about it, which I find amazing. So I'm glad you did.
Really?
Yeah, the very first
Good.
person.
Well, it's better to hear it.
Sure. I met Jonathan Pollard 2 times. Once I was making a speech in Jerusalem. This has been a few years ago. His wife was still alive at the time, and he was there. And someone introduced me to him and his wife. I said hello to them. That was it. Hi. Nice to meet Esther, his wife, and that was it. I went and made my speech, and I left. Later, his wife passed away here in Israel. And I sent him a note and just said, I'm sorry to hear about your wife. I remember meeting her at the hotel, and sorry to hear it. He then asked, could he come and see me? He wanted to come and thank me for being kind to him. He came to the embassy. I think we met for maybe 30 minutes. We had a nice, pleasant visit. The funny thing was the New York Times reported that it was a secret meeting.
So I was wondering what this meeting was about, who this person is. He's a former U.S. Navy intelligence analyst who spied for Israel. Carlson opened by grilling Mike Huckabee about his meetings with Jonathan Pollard, who was convicted in the 80s of spying for Israel. Carlson called Pollard the greatest traitor in modern American history and claimed he had sold U.S. battle plans against the Soviet Union to Israel, which then allegedly passed the intelligence to the Soviets. Huckabee claimed Carlson was the first person to ask him about the Pollard meeting. This is easily debunked, as Israeli reporter Nira Kraus had already confronted Huckabee about it in January. Huckabee said Pollard was sentenced to 30 years. Pollard was actually sentenced to life in prison and served approximately 30 years before being paroled in 2015. Wow. Carlson's framing of Pollard as the most damaging spy ever is debatable. Intelligence professionals have debated whether Aldrich Ames and Robert Hansen, who spied for the Soviet Union, and whose espionage led to the deaths of U.S. agents, actually caused greater damage. Former CIA Director James Woolsey, noted that Pollard did not get anybody killed and was not spying for an enemy. That is interesting. So they mentioned Robert Hansen here. That dude's story is insane. It sounds like this Pollard guy is actually a spy for the Soviet Union. Like, he assisted the Soviet Union against the United States during the Cold War, which is a big fucking deal. And they mentioned Robert Hansen. He's maybe the most high-profile spy for the Soviet Union. He was an American who worked for the CIA, I think, and was tasked with finding the mole in the CIA. The cat is yowling. Like that. Anyway. And it turned out it was him all along. He was the mole. He had been passing information to the Soviet Union for years. It was like the biggest intelligence disaster ever. I had never heard of Jonathan Pollard. That is fascinating. And Mike Huckabee says that he's the first one to ask about him, even though he's not. That's really interesting. Okay. So now we know who Jonathan Pollard is. He was a spy for the Soviet Union, effectively, during the Cold War.
The embassy. I think we met for maybe 30 minutes. We had a nice, pleasant visit. The funny thing was, the New York Times reported that it was a secret meeting. Tucker, if you've ever been to the U.S. Embassy, you would know there's no such thing as a secret meeting at the U.S. Embassy.
Sure.
There are cameras everywhere. You walk through Marines, you walk through security, you walk through the front office, and there's a dozen or more people that are going to check you out when you come. And
I think Tucker is right on this, and I think Mike Huckabee is lying intentionally to cover his ass, because Jonathan Pollard is an absolutely terrible person as far as I can tell.
Before you get there, you're going to have to give us your passport information. You're going to have to be vetted and screened and all of this stuff. So the idea that it was secret was ludicrous. The whole idea is, look, Jonathan Pollard did something that was terribly wrong. He sold secrets. He shouldn't have done it. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and spent 30, actually was, I think he was sentenced to maybe more than 30 years, but he spent 30 years in prison.
It was sentenced to 30, he spent less because he was paroled.
Most people convicted of something similar, which was one count, I believe, would have spent 2 to 4, but he spent 30. I don't have a problem with him spending 30 because I think what he did was despicable. I'm not defending anything about what he did. But even people like the former director of the CIA, a number of other senators on the Senate Foreign Relations of the Senate Intel Committee said that he should be allowed to leave and move to Israel if he wanted to. So it, to me, was not as big a deal.
I'm sorry. A convicted criminal who is on parole should be allowed to leave the country? I don't give a fuck who on the Senate committee likes this guy enough to say that a convicted criminal should be allowed to leave the country, but they shouldn't.
That I had this basically courtesy meeting. He wanted to thank me for being nice to him when his wife died. That's pretty much the story.
You advocated for...
I bet. I bet that's all it was. You're the ambassador of the United States in Israel. And all this literal spy wanted was to thank you for being nice when his wife died. Totally. I believe that without question.
For his release when you ran for, I remember it, in 2011, long before he had served 30 years. And I agree with you that there are a lot of people languishing in prison, you know, in our country and in this country, many countries, you know, for longer periods than they deserve. And I think it's a Christian impulse to want to see them free. But
it's a Christian impulse. It's not a human impulse to want to see people free. Generally, to make it like to not want certainly innocent people to serve the rest of their lives in prison. Okay. By the by, am I live in both places on Twitch and on YouTube? I think I am. I just want to make sure. Let me switch over to YouTube real fast and make sure everything's working and pop out the chats. Been watching the Necessary Conversation podcast lately. You guys seen that? It's super interesting. I am. Awesome. Yes. Okay, good. Yes, in both places. Yeah, I've been listening to the Necessary Conversation podcast. It's a dude, his sister, and his two parents. And his two parents are completely out of their fucking heads. Like, they're just gone. Their minds are shot to shit. They're Trump-supporting nutcases. And the two kids, the dude and his sister, they are on the left. And they talk about whatever for an hour a week, and then they stop. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. All right, let's continue.
this was the greatest traitor in modern American history
Arguably, yes.
who sold our battle plans against the Soviet Union, our main enemy in the Cold War, to the Israeli government, which, according to our Reagan CIA director, Bill Casey, then gave them to the Soviet Union.
Yes.
So this was the most profound betrayal of the United States in my lifetime. Why advocate for that guy's release before he serves his full sentence?
If that were the case in 2011, it would have been because I had a number of friends that suggested that he had more than served.
Oh, you're susceptible to your idiot friends and you don't look into any of this stuff yourself. I see. You're a gullible sucker. Okay, go on.
Time, and he didn't want to live in the U.S. anymore. He wanted to live in Israel. And
yes, no fucking shit. Convicted, spy wants to leave the country. Wow.
And but my association with him, again, I had never met him until I met him in Jerusalem at a hotel. That was the first time I had ever encountered him.
Well, we know that Huckabee lied about the first time he was asked about this. I'm suspicious about the first time he met him.
I'm friends with a million bad people, or I've talked to a million bad
I'm
people.
sitting here with you. I mean, come on.
I mean, Jesus ain't with tax collectors. So trust me, do not judge people who are friends or know or enjoy the company of immoral people, because it's not an endorsement of their immoral behavior.
You don't judge people for being friends with immoral people. Are you not a Christian? Is that not against the Christian doctrine? Aren't you supposed to be wary? A bad association spoils useful habits and all that? That's what my parents used to say to me. That stupid fucking Bible verse from wherever it was. It was Old Testament, I think.
Pollard is different, I think, once you become U.S. ambassador, the representative of the President of the United States in the United States of America in a foreign country, and then you invite not only the most damaging betrayer in our lifetimes, but also a guy who continues to advocate for betrayal. So he gave an interview, as I know you know, in 2021 to Israeli media, in which he said, I would encourage Jewish Americans with security clearances to spy for Mossad against their own country, the United States, because, and I'm pretty much quoting him, all Jews should have dual loyalty. That's not repentance. That's not someone who feels bad about what he did. That's someone who's encouraging American Jews to betray their country. That's pretty heavy, don't you think?
Yeah, that's absolutely most definitely what this dude did for sure.
I do, and I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think let's remember it was President Trump who probably facilitated his departure. And I'm certainly supportive of President Trump. I think you are. And
Pollard's not.
Oh, he's trying to catch him in a he's trying to catch him in a little thing here. That's funny. But he says, this guy isn't.
He called him a madman after your meeting.
That's why I say Pollard is not, for me, the real issue. It was the fact that he did something that was despicable. I'm not denying that. Of course he did. And he paid dearly for it, 30 years in prison, and he should have. That's what he should have done. There's no question about that.
But why meet with
That is very interesting.
him in the U.S. Embassy? Your colleagues said they were shocked. They said...
Who were the colleagues that said they were shocked?
Quoted on background in the New York Times. I think the meeting was in August. I mean, this could all be fake. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, the same New York Times said it was a secret meeting. And I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a secret meeting in the U.S. Embassy.
Do you see why the U.S. ambassador hosting a convicted betrayer of his own country who's encouraging Americans to continue to betray their country would seem shocking?
Well, I would say that it wasn't that you make it sound like I'm hosting a meeting. I simply met with.
He was absolutely hosting a meeting. Normally, I wouldn't have trouble getting this thing, but now I'm having trouble getting this thing. And I don't think I can do this without it. That's frustrating. It was because I was wearing my thing. All right, you know what? I'm going to start this shrine over. I was wearing my heat shield by mistake. That's what was the problem was.
With him. I meet with people all the time. Some
You can
of them
just walk in without a...
No, they have to have an appointment. Of course they do.
So why'd you take an appointment with a known spy that helped Israel over the United States across like 30 years or something like that and served prison time for it? Why did you do that? That's a good point. You know, I didn't consider that. The fact is, the thing that Tucker is trying to prove here is that Mike Huckabee supports Israel over the United States. And I believe that's true, without a doubt.
Oh, so it is hosting him then, I think.
Well, I don't know if it was hosting, but it was
Damn, sick burn, dude.
certainly he was able to come to the U.S. Embassy to have a meeting at his request. I did. And frankly, I don't regret it. I met with a lot of people over the course of the time I've been here, and we'll meet with a lot more. That's it.
So if you spend...
All right, let's move forward because of this stupid thing. Tucker, like, really holds the dude's feet to the fire in a lot of ways. It's pretty good.
Americans in prison in Israel, there have also been, and there continue to be, dozens and dozens and dozens of sex offenders, accused sex offenders from the United States who fled to Israel, including one recently.
Yep, that's a big problem. Sex offenders leave the United States and go to Israel for protection because they have that, what's it called? I don't remember the doctrine, but basically anybody can go to Israel if they can prove some kind of Jewish association, and they will be accepted and protected from anything, pretty much. Yeah.
An Israeli government official who was caught trying to molest a 15-year-old girl and fled to Israel and is not going back to the United States to stand charges for attempted molestation of a child. Have you advocated for the Israeli government to return him to the United States?
I'm not familiar with that case. It has not come to us at the embassy. So I'm not aware. Is this the person in Nevada?
That is correct.
Okay, I
in
heard
Clark
about
County, I would imagine so.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I heard about it through open source media. It was never something that was presented to us, but I would have no problem with him being extradited back to the U.S.
You're the president's and our country's representative in the state of Israel, so I think it would fall to you to advocate with your friend the prime minister to...
Yes, if it was brought to him. Mike Huckabee is actually genuinely innocent in this situation. The embassy is supposed to receive requests for this stuff.
Say, wait a second, we have a very close relationship. We're obviously the single largest source of outside funding for this country. How can you take an accused child molester and shield him from American justice, send him back to the United States? Have you ever had that conversation?
No, because the prime minister would not be the proper person
That may be
in
right.
Israel
Pardon my ignorance.
that would deal with an extradition. It would go through their court system. And so the prime minister is separate, very similar to what we have in the U.S., where there is a separation of powers. So it would go through something other than the prime minister.
Have you advocated to the courts, to judges, to anybody in the Israeli justice system?
There has never been a request for me to engage in that. I would be happy to do it if the White House sent a message to me. I do work for the president. I serve at his pleasure. If anyone at the White House were to say to me, would you please go and make a case for it? But probably.
Well, I mean, Tucker isn't part of the White House, but he's asking now, right? You gonna do it?
If that were to happen, it wouldn't come through the embassy as much as it would likely come from the Department of Justice at the U.S. in D.C. They would make the request. They might involve us, but they very likely would not.
Does it seem strange to you that people accused of child molestation in the United States are allowed to have refuge within the borders of our closest ally? How that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say that
if you've molested an American child, shouldn't you be required to stand justice?
It's an allegation. Let's be clear. One of the things about
innocent until proven guilty, right? Yes, we're not asking to jail the person. We're asking to make sure that he is investigated, which means keeping him in the jurisdiction that he started in.
Our system
Both of these people, honestly, are so weaselly.
Of jurisprudence,
serve at his pleasure. Yes, Mike Huckabee is pleasuring Trump like a young man should.
Innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So if the charges are there, should he be extradited? I would say so.
The charges are there.
Yeah. Okay. So they should be, but that's a Justice Department decision, and they're the ones who should be pursuing it. To my knowledge, they haven't. They certainly haven't engaged the U.S. Embassy over.
Why would the Israeli government harbor fugitives from justice in the United States?
Again, this is not just a one-time thing. This is a massive problem with Israel. They harbor fugitives. They protect pedophiles. They protect all kinds of people from prosecution, and not just from the U.S., but from everybody. It's like way easier to do when the person isn't coming from the United States, because the United States protects Israel no matter what, but they do it for everybody, and it's wrong.
I'm not sure that
there are dozens and dozens and dozens. In fact, there's an Israeli group that keeps track of them that is dedicated, Jewish Israeli group dedicated to combating the molestation of children, and keeps a long list. And you can look it up. And
Tucker, I hope you're not saying that you think the Israelis support the molestation of children.
Obviously, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm saying that the Israeli government shields accused child molesters from justice in the United States.
I'm not sure I could say that that's something that is provable.
That is absolutely provable and objectively, factually true.
I don't know, but I am not aware that the Israeli government is shielding people.
You obviously want to sleep well.
All right, I'm jumping forward to stupid ads. They are absolutely shielding people.
Promo code Tucker.
Well, they are, and I'll give you and I just want to make sure that I pronounce this man's name correctly. It's Tom, I believe, Alexandrovich.
I think that's right, and I've written it down, but of course my handwriting is so terrible I can't read it. But yes, he is an Israeli, I believe, cybersecurity official who was at a conference in Las Vegas last year and was caught up in a sting designed to catch people soliciting sex from children. He was one of a number of people arrested for this. He was arraigned and charged. And then 2 days later, he fled to Israel and did his first hearing by Zoom. He was allowed for some reason to leave for a foreign country, having already been charged for a attempted molestation of a child.
Was he actually allowed to, or did he just leave? Also, I do find it interesting that Tucker is like making excuses for the people who take advantage of children here in the U.S., but not making excuses for them when they go to Israel. I mean, kind of selective outrage there a little bit, but okay.
And he remains here now. And there have been many news stories about this. And I just wonder if you would ask the Israeli government to put him on a plane and send him back to face justice for attempting to molest an American child. It doesn't seem complicated.
No, I wouldn't mind doing that, but I want to find out if the Justice Department of the U.S. has already sought to extradite him. Is there anything in process? I don't know.
Why wouldn't they seek to extradite him?
I have no idea. That's a question for the Justice Department.
I have many questions for the Justice Department, like why are millions of Epstein files still classified?
So this seems like a totally reasonable question, right? I watched just a little bit of this. This seems like a non-confrontational question. Why are the Epstein files still classified? And Huckabee is probably viewing this as like an opportunity to take a breather and step away from the grilling or whatever. But no, it's about to get worse, a lot worse for Huckabee.
Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I haven't kept up with that. I've never met the man. I don't know him.
You haven't kept up with the Epstein disclosure?
I mean, only from a distance. I'm 6,000 miles away from D.C. these days, and I'm pretty sure.
Well, you know people who were in the Epstein files, so there's that. You know them personally, and apparently continue to talk to them. So, there's that. That's kind of weird, right? And you barely know anything about the Epstein files? You haven't paid any attention? Like, do you not care about children being taken advantage of here? You don't care about that? Like, I don't understand.
That there's so
the
much going on.
current president of Israel, current president,
and the United States.
I know, President Herzog,
Knowing very well.
apparently was at Pedo Island.
Yeah, and the president of the U.S., just dropping that in there.
That's what it says in the disclosures. And of course, we know that the former prime minister, Ehud Barak, was living on and off at Epstein's house. So still living high-level Israeli officials are.
So Ehud Barak was left-leaning, and as a result is like reviled and hated by the existing Israeli like power structure or whatever. So they're gonna, I already see what's gonna happen. He's gonna pin it on Ehud Barak, blame him for everything, say that he's the disgusting one, he's the problem, right?
Are directly implicated in Epstein's life, if not his crime. So I would think that you'd be following this.
Only, I was not aware that there was any connection with President Herzog. I would be surprised to hear that, and knew there was about
there is
the former prime minister, who apparently had a lot of dealings with Epstein.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? There's always this left-wing split. If the person is on the left, then they're the worst human being on planet Earth and deserve no credit or whatever. But if they're on the right, I'd be surprised if they ever did anything wrong. Mike Huckabee is the biggest scumbag liar on planet Earth, practically, next to maybe Donald Trump.
Business dealings, and by the way, I'm not alleging anything, but I mean, it's in the Epstein files, and I don't know that I've heard the current president of Israel respond to it, but he is listed as a visitor to Pedo Island, so that's kind of a big deal. I wonder, considering there are so many suggestions in the files, as I'm sure you know, of sexual abuse, and given that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender, I wonder why the administration you work for would be holding millions of.
Well, the administration he works for is the Trump administration, right? Not Israel. He's supposed to work for the United States in Israel and U.S. interests, but we know he doesn't.
Files, which I believe belong to the public, hidden for, quote, national security reasons. What would those national security reasons be, do you think?
Honestly, I think you've probably got more access to the White House sometimes than I do. You should ask them.
That was a good answer.
Well, you're the government official representing that White House.
In Israel. And I represent the U.S. in Israel to the Israeli.
Hey, Jagoff, the question was about Israeli issues. Why aren't you talking about Ehud Barak or the other guy? What's his name? Being in the Epstein files.
The government, from the U.S. government, but honestly, nobody has presented that to us.
Well, now that you know that
dynamic situation here. I don't know if you know that or not, But there's a lot going on in this part of the world, and
A genocide is hard to maintain, I imagine. Yes.
frankly, that has not been top line item.
Killing innocent children is the top line item, I suppose. Okay, that checks out.
But you're surprised to hear that the current president of Israel, whom you know, is listed
Yeah.
as a visitor to Pedo Island.
Had never heard that. Never heard it even in the Israeli press.
Are you going to ask him next time you see him?
I'll be happy to talk to him almost every week.
I will be happy to, like you're doing a favor for Tucker, not actual genuine outrage over this fact. Hang on, let me go grab my coffee. I made coffee just a second ago. Let me put a marker in. All right, I'm going to let it play. 1 second.
I guess what I'm asking is not simply as a representative of my government or a high U.S. official, but just as like a man and a father and a Christian. How could you resist saying, like, were you on Pedo Island with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, if I'm not aware of it, and secondly, there are a lot of things that go on in the world. I don't question every single person about every single thing that may be alleged
of the
about.
Country.
I understand all that, but this is the first I've ever heard of this. So why do you expect me to have knowledge of something like that?
Well, because you attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad, and you said that.
You think he does?
What's very clear he does from the
You
files.
think he does? From where do you get that?
Well, the fact that he was in contact.
Okay, back to where we were.
Repeatedly with.
Nope. There we are.
I guess what I'm asking is not simply as a representative of my government or a high U.S. official, but just as like a man and a father and a Christian. How could you resist saying, like, were you on Pedo Island with Jeffrey Epstein?
Right? Yeah. I mean, seriously, these people are fucking evil. The ones that were associated with Epstein and work closely with him. To be fair, it seems to me that Epstein was... People talked to Epstein for legitimate reasons, too. It wasn't just for, taking advantage of children. It wasn't just about that, obviously, right? So their name being in the files doesn't necessarily mean that they were taking advantage of children. But these very influential people were involved with Epstein with more than just, financing or whatever, because he was a very famous financier.
Well, if I'm not aware of it, and secondly, there are a lot of things that go on in the world. I don't question every single person about every single thing that may be alleged about.
Country.
I understand all that, but this is the first I've ever heard of this. So why do you expect me to have knowledge of something like that?
Tucker Carlson is never getting back into Israel. There is no way in hell they're ever going to allow him back in.
Well, because you attacked me personally for suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein had ties to Mossad, and you said that.
You think he does?
What's very clear he does from the.
I think it's likely that he probably did have ties to Mossad.
You think he does? From where do you get that?
Well, the fact that he was in contact repeatedly with members of the Israeli government, including the current president and the former prime minister, and all kinds of Israeli intel-connected people. I'm not saying he worked for Mossad. I don't think we know that. But there's no question that he had extensive contact with CIA.
But I think you said it.
He had like an IDF sweatshirt and a bunch of other things that nobody would have unless they were heavily involved with Israel directly, the Israeli government.
Turning point event. Everybody knows Jeffrey Epstein.
I said everyone thinks, and it turns out everyone was right, that he did have.
I'm not sure everyone was right or everyone thinks.
Okay, but you said that I was lying, and I don't want to make this about me.
I don't think I said you were lying, Tucker. I don't recall.
I'm just saying, why don't we release all the files, and then we don't need to guess?
I got no problem with that. Go ahead.
Would you call on the...
Are you hearing this? I got no problem with that. Go ahead. Brother, you are one of the highest ranking government officials in the United States. Government. I guess he's not in the United States specifically. You're a very high ranking official. You're not going to apply any pressure at all. You're not going to say or do anything to try to get the files released. You're not even going to ask for like info on the Israeli people's involvement. As a Christian Zionist, the guy believes that Armageddon is coming and Jesus is going to touch down there in Israel. That's what he believes. And that's why he wants to serve in Israel, because he wants to be there for when Jesus returns. And it's like, do you think that, like, I'm wondering if he thinks that the Epstein files being released are going to further Jesus' timeline or like speed it up or what? How does this affect the Jesus timeline exactly?
Well, because you weighed in on it and said that this was not true, when of
I
course
said there was no evidence.
well, there's quite a bit of evidence, but you haven't apparently bothered to read any of the files. Is that what you're saying?
I have not read the Epstein.
Dude, he's getting fucking bodied right now. Oh my God. He's getting destroyed. Holy shit. Just open mouth, insert foot.
Files apparently you have.
Well, they're on the internet.
But when you say that that everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent,
that everyone believes that.
I don't think everybody does. I don't know.
Well, everyone knows that he had contact with, and by the way, not just Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, which is much more distressing for me. I'm not Israeli, I'm American. I don't want my government having any contact with someone like Jeffrey Epstein. So the shame
I wouldn't either.
is on the United States, as far as I'm concerned.
I wouldn't either. Did you catch that? He kind of said, if I were American, I also wouldn't want that. It's like Mike Huckabee is acknowledging that why don't you just give up American citizenship? Like, you're very clearly working for Israel and not for America, right?
To be totally clear about that. Everyone's very sensitive about the Israel connection, not at all sensitive about the U.S. connection, which I find very revealing. We should care about what our government does first, I think. But since you weighed in on it and said there's no evidence, I'm surprised that since that evidence has been open to the public for a month, since you've already weighed in publicly on this question, that you've made no effort to evaluate that evidence. Why is that?
I just told you I was certainly not aware that there were some specific allegations. I knew about.
He wasn't aware, I bet. Totally.
The former prime minister, but I don't know him. Not sure I ever met him in my many times. You know, I've been to Israel over 100 times since 1973. The first time I came here was.
Talking about Ehud Barak again. We're talking about what? Herzog? Yeah, we're talking about Herzog right now.
1973, July. And it's almost 53 years of coming and going to this country. So I know the country well. I know a lot of people here. But I don't know everything, and I don't know everybody. But I do know a lot of people.
Of course, no, and I can see your love for it, and I think that's great. But I'm talking about the U.S. government and its responsibility to, there's a lot of complaint about conspiracy theories and everyone, he's a hater. Everyone's assigning motive. But there's a way to end these conversations very quickly with facts. And I'm highly confused by.
Have you brought this up to the president?
No, I don't work for him. I've said this many times.
I know you don't work for him, but you go to the White House and you see people there. You and J.D. Vance are very good friends. So have you brought this up to them? Because
I have brought
Hey, that's a fair point.
this up in public many times.
It's not on my portfolio, but apparently it's very strongly on your mind. And I'm
child
just thinking you
molestation
should
is a
deal with it.
significant concern for me.
Well, it should be
Dude, this interview is so interesting.
for everybody. But if
there's
you're
there is a
particularly
charged child molester.
But I'm saying if you are very involved in the details of this,
I'm not.
and you think it's the U.S. government that's hiding and shielding somebody, then bring it up to the people that you personally know.
I don't think that. I know it because the Justice Department has said we have millions of documents we're not releasing.
Why are they not releasing them?
I'm asking you as a U.S. government official.
Well, but
what the answer?
I'm a government official at the embassy in Jerusalem.
But you're a U.S. government official. Huckabee has completely given up on working for the U.S., hasn't he? He fully works for Israel. This is insane.
That has not one thing to do with the Justice Department and what they're investigating on any given day.
Again,
Unless it involves...
and I don't want to argue or talk in circles, but you were the one who brought it up and said it's absolutely not true.
I was only responding to what I've heard you say.
Okay, but now that you know there's evidence and we can settle this debate, you haven't looked at the evidence and you're not pushing for the release of the total corpus of evidence. And I'm confused because I want to believe that your goal is to get to the truth, and the fastest way to do that is by releasing the evidence.
I can see that Tucker's a pocket square man. You see his little pocket square there?
Don't you think?
You suggest...
Oh, hey, check it out. Mike Huckabee is also a pocket square man.
Get to the truth, and the fastest way to do that is by releasing the evidence. Don't you think?
You suggest that I can release the evidence?
I'm suggesting that you could call for it right now.
Well, fine, call for it. Let's have...
No, brother. We weren't saying that you should call for somebody to call for it. We were saying you should call the White House and tell them to release it. Okay? This isn't like Michael Scott walking out and saying, I declare bankruptcy. This is an action that you can, take right now.
Have it all open. I thought it was being all opened up for everything I know.
Once it's open, I hope you'll read it, because it's really interesting, and then it puts to rest a lot of the...
Is this for real? Was he really arrested? No, I don't think he was arrested. I think he lied. I think he made it up. I have no reason to believe that Tucker was arrested, and Tucker likes to make shit up all the time, so no, I don't believe that.
Debate, and it ends the name calling, because we can say, here it is right there. And we don't have to call people names. We can just assess the documents. Let me ask you.
But you bring it up. I hope you will bring it up to people at the White House.
I'm bringing it up right now. I'm bringing it up now, and
That's so funny. Each person is trying to pin it on the other. Tucker is trying to pin it on Huckabee, and Huckabee trying to pin it on Tucker.
Asking, I just want to say this one last time, as the US Ambassador to Israel, I hope that you will make a formal request to the Israeli government to send every accused sex offender in this country back to the United States to face justice. And I don't understand why that hasn't been done. I'm confused.
Well, we'll try to clear up all the confusion that we have.
Well, if someone's been accused of trying to molest a child, I think it's...
Then certainly, and I'll check with the Justice Department, because it is a DOJ issue, and it would be handled through DOJ, the U.S., to the court systems in Israel. That's how it would be handled.
He's totally correct in saying that, the U.S. ambassador doesn't have direct control over what happens here. But he does have sway. He can make requests for things, right? And he's not at all.
But the first step is the Israeli government saying, yes, we will allow you to extradite this person back. The person is being shielded by the government. That's why the person's here. That's why he fled here, so he wouldn't have to stand trial for trying to molest a child. I want to get to as I said at the outset, I said something awful that I regret that my wife barked at me about. I lashed
She barked at you?
out at Christian Zionists and evangelicals, and I just want to say again that I'm sorry. I've always liked them because they're pro-life and they're also really nice people. So for the third time, I'm sorry that I said that. I think part of my problem was I don't understand the theology, and you are...
This is one of the most interesting parts. I don't think I made it this far into the interview. I'm always interested in the way that people rationalize their positions.
Are not a fake Baptist minister. You're an actual minister. You had a church for many years. You're an actual theologian. So, and I mean this with sincerity, I hear people say, those who bless Israel will be blessed. I know it's a reference to Genesis. I don't understand the connection between that concept and modern Israel and the geopolitical world. And so I'm going to stand back and ask
let's first define, because, from my days as a debater in high school and college, one of the things I knew, you didn't start the debate till you defined the terms.
Amen.
Let's define the terms.
Thank you.
What is,
Thank you.
What is a Christian Zionist? What does that mean to you? What does it mean?
I don't know. It's the people who call me a Nazi for asking what Israel means. I mean, that's kind of my...
Oh my God, dude. It's so stupid. Tucker, you are a Nazi, okay? Those people are calling you a Nazi because you are a Nazi. But aside from that, Christian Zionists are people who believe Jesus is going to touch down in Israel and Armageddon is going to take place right there in Israel. And that the U.S. has to support Israel no matter what, above all else, because that's where Armageddon will start and everything else.
Yeah,
even know.
but here's the point. If you say a Christian Zionist is a person who has a brain virus and is guilty of heresy, that's a pretty big charge.
I know. I shouldn't have made it. I made it out of anger and ignorance.
So,
and I'm
Christian, I think we can agree, is somebody who follows Jesus Christ,
exactly.
has a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, believes in his death, burial, resurrection, has repented of one's sins, and have accepted him as one Savior. Would that be fair?
Amen.
Christian. Define that. Zionist. A Zionist simply...
They're not separate terms. Christian Zionist is a package deal. It is a Christian that wants to encourage Israel to start a world war, basically, because that's like sparking Armageddon.
means a person who believes that the Jewish people have a right to have a homeland where they have security and safety. Did you believe that the Jews
That is not Christian Zionism. Come on, you know better.
have a right to live in Israel? Do you believe that Jews have a right to live in Israel? That would be a Zionist. That's all a Zionist is.
I
It's
have
not
a
thing-
million questions
Okay.
about what all of those terms mean.
Yeah.
But conceptually, I wish Israel no harm. I don't want to see. I'm
Do you
very.
want them to have a place where
I don't think Israel has a right to that land at all anymore. I think that a lot of people talk about like a one-state solution or a two-state solution. I think my solution, if it were up to me, would be a federal government over the West Bank, Gaza, and Israel, with a Senate and a House apportioned according to, population and everything else, similar to the United States. And if the Gazans want to live in Israel, they have to live under that state's law. And if Israelis, say with settlements, want to live in the West Bank or in Gaza, they have to live under that state's law. And the federal government, with a federal constitution, will dictate the boundaries of the states and things like that. And I think that doing something like that would have to be imposed upon the Israelis. They wouldn't do this willingly. And it would be a big mess, honestly. Hopefully not a bloody mess, but it would be a mess. And I think that we could do it if we just kind of imposed a little bit of pressure. But, Joe Biden was a Zionist, or is, I guess. And all of these other people, they're all Zionists in the country, in the government in the US, by and large. And that's a problem. Like, getting anything done on Israel is a problem. The reason I would want something like that is because it's a one-state solution that represents ethnic and geographic boundaries, so that one group does not overtake another group, and that killing or genociding this group wouldn't benefit the other group in any way. I would also take the military away from Israel completely. They have no right to a military. It would be in federal hands fully. You have lost your right to have a military with how fucking insane you are. And I would create integrated militaries made up of integrated units. That's how I would do it. I put a bit of thought into this. It would probably take 10 years, longer than the amount of time a president has to get something like this done. And it would spend all the political capital. But it's the only way peace in the Middle East will be achieved without an apartheid state.
they can live with safety
Well,
and
let
security?
me. So I saw this recently in an extremely telling exchange between the lieutenant governor of Texas, who I know and I've always liked, and a woman I don't know, never met, who's on the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And she said, I'm a Catholic, but I'm not a Zionist. And they have this ferocious exchange. And he kept saying, and everyone on the panel seemed to keep saying, you have to believe in Israel's right to exist. Which I've never kind of questioned, just for the record, but it.
Yeah, I would support their right to exist as an independent state within a federal government, like Virginia and West Virginia, the West Bank and Israel, and then Gaza as New Jersey or something.
Did raise two questions I think are really important, and I hope you'll answer them. One is, where does that right come from?
I would say it comes from, essentially, you could say it comes from the Bible. I would say that.
No, you couldn't. Because even in the Bible, Israelis were not the first people in Israel. They shared the area with the Canaanites.
It does. But it comes also from a long iteration of historical precedents going to the Balfour Declaration of 1917. It comes from the League of Nations 1927. It comes from the United Nations 1947,
right.
The Declaration of Independence of the Israel State in May of 1948.
Like, he's describing the events that created the country. We're not talking about that, though, right?
They were immediately attacked. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1956. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1967 by 5 countries. They won the war. They were attacked again in 1973 in the Yom Kippur War. They won the war. The point is, does Israel have a right to exist? They also had wars in 1982 in Lebanon. They've had intifadas, 2 of those. They've had
Lebanon again in 06. I was there. No, I'm very familiar with the modern history of the state.
Okay.
Pretty familiar, I think. And I've been
But
here.
a Zionist simply means somebody who believes that Israel has a right to exist. Now, the question is...
Again, I think Israel has a right to exist as a state within a federalized government. But they don't have a right to a military anymore. They lost that right by genociding people with it.
Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
I guess. I mean, I want Israel to exist. Well, no, but I want to know what that means. So, like, do other countries have a right to exist?
Well, they do exist.
Do they have a right to exist? You keep saying Israel has a right to exist, and I want to know what other countries have a right.
Legal right, because every international body in the last 100 years has said the Jewish people have a right
I understand.
to their indigenous homeland.
Yes, and like governing bodies have said that Ukraine has a right to exist, that, you know, Nigeria has a right to exist. We're not talking about that, obviously.
So that's a legal right.
What other...
Do they have a biblical right? I would say that yes, but you may say they don't.
I don't know. I'm actually sincerely interested in finding out what you mean by a biblical right. But first, to the legal right, does any other country on the planet have the same right that Israel has to exist?
Well, you could say, does Jordan have a right to exist? When it was Transjordan and the Brits came and divided up the Middle East, and they gave some land to Jordanians, and they gave some land to the Saudis, and they gave some land to various Middle Eastern countries, and it was all carved up. And the French gave Lebanon its right to exist. Do they have a right to exist?
Do they?
Well, why not?
Why not, he says. That's not what right means. Right means it can't be taken away or infringed. And Huckabee says, why not? Sure. Fuck it. Yeah, let him. I don't care. Rights are not something you don't care about. It's something you care very much about and cannot be infringed.
So that's my... So every country...
Does the U.S. have a right to exist?
I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I think the U.S. has a right to exist.
Okay.
We came here. We came there. We're in Israel now talking. But does the U.S. have a right to exist? Does anyone question whether we have a right to exist?
I don't... Yeah, but I... Of course, I'm for America, you know.
Good for you.
But so every current country on the map has the same right to exist that Israel has. Is that what you're saying?
I think what we're saying is that when a country has established itself and it is following international law, it has been...
But it's not. Israel is not following international law, like not even fucking close, not even a little bit. They are executing people. Like, Israel is one of the most evil militaries in the world, in my opinion. They're horrifying with the shit that they do. Unforgivable, inexcusable. I will never forget what the current government of Israel has done, and I won't stop until these people are in prison with how fucking evil they are.
Deemed by numerous bodies that it is indigenous to its homeland, as Israel is. This is its homeland. It goes back 3,800 years to the time of Abraham.
No, it doesn't, actually. But okay.
It's not that
Well, hold on. Now I'm
the
getting
Jewish people just showed up here in 1948 and said, we're going to...
That is actually what happened. The Jewish Zionist movement started in the late 1800s and was heavily encouraged in 1923. And Hitler actually helped the Zionist movement gather people by signing the Havara Agreement. That's what it was called, the Havara Agreement. And it basically said, if you're Jewish and you leave Germany to go to Israel area, or to Palestine, actually, then you will get to keep most of your assets. That was the agreement. They did that so that they could get Jews out quicker. And the Zionists made that deal in the first place with them to rebuild Israel.
We're going to have some land.
Hold on. So those are two different tracks, and I just want to make sure that we separate them so I understand each one separately.
All right.
So you're saying there's the modern legal framework, and so you said a country that abides by international law has a right to exist.
I would say that that is a part of its existence.
Would the inverse be true, that a country that does not abide by international law forfeits its right to exist?
Uh-oh.
Not necessarily if it has the capacity to stay and
oh, shit. He got him. That's good.
Its case known. But there have been Jewish people in this land,
okay, but that's
in this very land, for 3,800 years.
Okay. So, but you're saying as the modern nation state with borders and a military and a Knesset and just all the kind of trappings of a modern country, all of which I support, that country has, every country on the planet has the same right as Israel to exist because it does exist. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand the concept here.
Well, I think what we're trying to get to is Christian Zionism, and you've taken this way off the road here.
I don't know that I have. I don't mean to. Christian Zionism.
This is really funny. No. Huckabee got himself trapped in a little corner here is the problem. Tucker didn't take this way off in anything.
It's a separate thing, but I just keep hearing people say Zionism is the belief
but that's the fundamental argument that's going on. Does Israel have a right to live in their indigenous, ancient, historical land, a land that has been affirmed?
Yes, absolutely. They have a right to live there, like Israelis, or let me rephrase, Jews absolutely have a right to live there, but they don't necessarily have a right to control the government there, right? But Huckabee believes that their right to control the government goes all the way back to the Bible. It's a biblical right.
Throughout international organizations, a land that has direct ties to the Jewish people.
I just want to know if this is a universal principle. I guess that's what I'm getting at, because if it's not, then it's meaningless to me, because as a Christian, I believe in universal principles. Something is right for everyone, or it's wrong for everyone. We don't believe in special cases.
But here's the question. If the Jews didn't have this land, would the Jews have a right to any land?
I mean, they would have a right to live, but do they have a unique right to control a government? No, obviously not. I don't have a right to control a government.
No, I'm not attacking the Jews. I'm asking if this applies to every people in every nation. Does every nation have the same right to its own homeland, to its own physical land, that you say Israel does?
I feel like we're in a rabbit hole here.
No, I think it's a very straightforward question.
No, but,
does that right extend to other countries other than Israel?
But the most important thing that is going on in our culture right now is whether or not the people that are yelling in the streets from the river to the sea, whether that's a legitimate point of view to say that there should not be a Jewish homeland. There should not be a Jewish
You'll
state.
never hear me say
period.
that. I just want to know.
I know you haven't said it, but
if
that's the argument.
It's one of the arguments going on globally. And the United States, excuse me, has a pretty narrow view, I would say, in our media culture, of what's happening around the world. There are plenty of countries having this debate. Stonehenge is a lot older than the first temple in Israel. And it was built by the same people who live there now. It's the same people. And they are being pushed off their island and outnumbered by people from other places. And so in Great Britain, in Ireland, which is also a country with a nation of people, a race, if you will, that is being displaced, replaced.
Who are they being replaced by?
Immigrants.
Okay.
From other places.
I just wanted to clarify because I was one of the...
Well, just as a demographic matter, it's just like you can look at the numbers. It's not controversial. Just look at the numbers. There'll be a minority in their country. And there are people...
I missed which country? Hang on.
Well, that is being displaced. A country, Great Britain.
Oh, Great Britain. Okay, got it.
Country. And their people have been there longer than Jews have been in Israel. Yeah. And so they're having this debate too. That's all I'm saying. And lots of places are having this debate.
Sure.
So does that principle apply to everyone, or is it specific just to Israel?
I think it applies specifically to Israel. It applies to anyone who can prove that they have some connection to the land. And
so Native Americans can move in to America, like from, I don't know. So Native Americans can take control of the U.S. government is what you're saying. That's what you believe. Right? Mike Huckabee? That's what that's the logic he's using, right? Native Americans can take control of the U.S. government.
Connection to the history and connection to international law. But Israel, I think, does have an extraordinary...
international law? So if, again...
Well, no, but let me finish this,
yes.
Tucker, because here's the point. We're talking about Christian Zionism. The idea that as a Christian, I believe in both the Old and the New Testament. Why wouldn't I? I'm a person of the book. There are 80 million evangelical Christians in the United States.
That's really interesting to me that he said he's a person of the book. That's an old term used to refer to Jews who lived in Muslim lands, basically, if I'm not mistaken.
What makes us who we are is our adherence to the Scripture, our belief that the Bible, all of it, not part of it, but all of it, is the Word of the living God.
Yeah.
So if I believe in the Old and the New Testament, I do believe that there is a very specific call to the Jewish people that started with Abraham, and he called them out of what is now modern-day Iraq, said, "Come where I send you." He came. This is the land. Genesis 12:3. He says, "I will bless those who bless you, curse those who curse you." In Genesis 17, he looks out at the world. He says, "Look, and this is where I'm giving you the land."
I think
and since that time, there have been people living in this land, connected to that moment of history.
So Huckabee just quoted the verse that says, "Those who bless Israel will be blessed," basically, I believe.
There is a historical connection that is unbroken.
You've said that, and I want to ask you what that means a little more specifically, if that's okay. But first, let me just say that you could say the same thing of Britons who've been there in their land longer.
Is anybody trying to tell the Brits they can't live there anymore?
No, what's happening is...
But they are saying that to the Jews.
Nobody is saying that to Jews. Not one single person is saying you cannot live there anymore. Okay, the two options are a one-state solution or a two-state solution. My solution is a bit modified, where it's like a federalized one-state solution, where Israel exists as a single governing body within a larger federal state, where a one-state solution would involve basically just a single state operating as, like, with the new name.
Oh, okay. But I just wonder if you would extend the same sympathy or the same principle. You seem like this is, you think I'm trying to trap you. I'm not. I'm at all trying to trap you. It'd be as simple.
He's totally trying to trap him, but it's fair.
As saying native Britons have the same...
I got no problem with the native Brits having their land.
Having the right to their land.
But my point is, I don't know that there is a biblical connection for the Brits.
Okay.
There you go. There's the bottom line. There's a biblical connection for Israel, but there isn't a biblical connection for British people. That means that Israel is the only country that has a right to exist in his mind.
But I would say,
so that's what it comes
take
down
that
to.
off the table, and I think there's still a basis for the Jews having this little bitty strip of real estate.
I'm not even arguing with you. I'm just trying to, at all. I'm just trying to.
As you'll find out in a minute, it's not a little tiny itty bitty piece of real estate that Mike Huckabee wants them to have. It's the entire Middle East. He wants them to control the entire Middle East, like all of it. They control a strip of land right now that's about the size of Manhattan, but he wants them to have everything, is the problem.
Understand what it is that you're saying, because it's not obvious to me, and maybe it's an IQ problem, but I'm having trouble understanding this. But let me just go back to just clarify one thing.
Okay.
You've brought up international law at least twice, maybe three times, as a basis for Israel's legitimacy. If Israel was out of compliance with international law, whatever that is, would it be less legitimate?
Depends on if the law and the way it's applied is legitimate. There are some applications of so-called international law that are not legitimate.
I agree.
Look at the ICC or the ICJ.
I agree.
Those are illegitimate in what way? How is the International Criminal Court illegitimate? Seriously. What a psychotic fucking thing to say. You know why I said that, right? Because the ICC, the International Criminal Court, charged Netanyahu with, I think, crimes against humanity, with genocide, prosecuted, and sentenced, I believe. He is going to be picked up if he goes to certain countries. Netanyahu will be. He cannot enter certain countries. Technically, as members of the International Criminal Court, I believe, he can't even come to the United States. Of course, we're not going to pick him up and send him there, but the point is that he's limited in where he can go in a lot of places.
Utterly ridiculous. One of the reasons I'm so grateful President Trump and Secretary Rubio are pushing hard, trying to get rid of the ICC and the ICJ, is because they have become rogue organizations that are no
Jesus Christ, dude. Just to say that he wants to get rid of them is insane.
longer really about an equal application of law and justice.
I don't know enough about it to say.
It absolutely is about equal treatment under the law.
If that's true or not. But I'm interested that you yourself appealed to international law as a basis of Israel's
Well, what I'm looking
legitimacy.
at is the whole of the last 100 years.
The Balfour Declaration is not exactly international law, by the way. It was a letter, I think.
It was maybe not law, but it was a declaration. It was an assumption and a declaration that was done by Lord Balfour in Great Britain. At that time, this land was under the British mandate, and he said the Jews should have the land that was theirs from 3,800 years ago. It was simple as that.
Right. And I'm not debating that. I'm just.
Yeah.
So then Native Americans should take back land also, right? Is that what you're saying? If we're all going to go live on the land that we ancestrally lived on, like ethnic, and do ethnic cleansing of the area, then I guess Native Americans should be ethnically cleansing the United States of white people, right? If we're following that logic. The fact is, the Jews that live in Israel today have little or no connection to the Jews that lived there 3,800 years ago, aside from just sharing religious beliefs. And even if they did, I don't want ethno-states. I don't give a fuck. Ethno-states are unacceptable to me. I don't care what reason anybody has for wanting an ethno-state.
It was not international law. It was a colonial power saying, okay,
but then
here's how
later
we're
it
going to
was
divide up the
international
world
law
after
under the League of
fall of
Nations,
Ottoman
under the
Empire.
United Nations. And then because of the victories that Israel had against those who tried to annihilate them, and it wasn't just that they were trying to take a little piece of their land, they tried to annihilate them.
Okay.
Not sure what he's referring to. I actually researched this heavily a while back. And there was like a big thing, Nakba is what it was called, in 1948, where they went to war, or 47 or something. They went to war with the Arabs of the area, and Israel was attacked basically by all of the surrounding countries, like 5 different countries. And they were armed secretly and not so secretly by some countries. I think one of the countries that armed them famously was Czechoslovakia, and a bunch of others. Anyway, the point is that they had to fight their way through to control Israel. And I just don't think that ethno-states are good at the end of the day. That's the issue.
And there is still to this day the shouts of from the river to the sea. And Tucker, that means only one thing.
It means that the people who were displaced during the Nakba or whatever have a right to live there as well. That's what it means. But, you know, they're going to, from the river, the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, Palestinians will be free. They will be allowed to live free, just like Israelis do. That's the saying. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. That means people will get to live in their homeland. But, you know, he's going to turn it into some genocidal thing. To be fair, it does have genocidal roots. Like, some extremist groups say it and intend genocide when they do. But non-genocidal people also say it.
Not the shrinking of Israel, but the annihilation of Israel.
I don't think
That's different.
No, I think it's about Palestinian freedom, not about the annihilation of Israel. Also, you know, interesting word to use in reference to a country and not a people. The annihilation of the Jews or the annihilation of Israelis, that's bad, very bad. But the annihilation or the destruction or the dissolution of an apartheid state, I'm all for. There shouldn't be an apartheid state, ever. South Africa was an apartheid state that was dissolved. And it's now still South Africa, of course, by name. But the apartheid state was dissolved. And so should the apartheid state be in Israel.
I don't think you can say that you know what it means, actually, because you don't know what's in people's hearts. So why don't we just deal with the facts? Maybe some people mean it.
I know it's
to
in their
mean that.
mouths. I know it's in their minds.
But I'm not, look, you'll never hear me say that.
Yeah.
What you will hear me say is I'm confused by what the definitions are. So let's go through this. You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land. And you tell me as the theologian if I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think.
Right. From the river to the sea is actually the Jordan River to the Mediterranean. What he's talking about is different. Euphrates to the Nile is east to west, I believe. And from the river to the sea is south to north, I think.
I think that's right. And that would include, like, basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean...
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's...
That is actually what Israel wants. They actually want the entire region. Again, they're fighting for Gaza right now, but once they get Gaza, they're taking everything else. This is like a stated goal. They want to control the entire region, basically, that King David controlled, you know, in 1000 BCE. And that's the whole strip of land that exists between Africa and Asia.
Here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started on
I'm not
this.
going to let you off on this because you have
Go
said
ahead.
it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land?
The answer is yes in Huckabee's mind. Absolutely.
Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
There you go. There's the answer. Mike Huckabee wants to take Egypt and everything. All of it. Maybe not Egypt. Maybe that's the border, but the entire Middle East, all of it. That is some disturbing shit, dude.
But I don't think that's what we're talking about here today.
What would be fine? Well, it's exactly what we're talking about today.
But here's what I don't think
you think it would be fine if the state of Israel took over all of Jordan?
They don't want to take it over.
They very clearly do. They obviously do. They have said that they do. You're full of shit.
They're not asking to take it over.
But you're saying that the reason that Israel is legitimate, has this inherent right to exist, is in part because God gave it to his people. And I am going to the same Bible that you're referring to and noticing that that is a huge piece of land. So if God gave them that land, then they have a right to take it now by your definition, unless I'm missing something completely.
Well, I think you're missing something because they're not asking to go back to take all of that, but
they absolutely, yeah, you're right. They're not asking. They do intend to take it.
Are asking to at least take the land that they now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately.
And that's including the settlements, I guess. If you don't know about this, Israel they sent people in to just steal people's houses. And they called anybody Jewish that lives anywhere in the world, a lot of Jewish people in New York City, they called them to Israel and asked them to take over a Palestinian's house. Here's a great example. Let me find it. Hold on. Wait. No. Here we go, right here.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
No.
So some guy from New York City goes to Palestine, and Israel sends him with two guards, two IDF soldiers with guns, and he walks into their house and lays down and goes to sleep in their bed with these two IDF soldiers guarding him with guns. And this woman says, "You're stealing my house." And he says, "Well, if I don't, someone else is going to steal it." What the fuck is wrong with these people?
No one is allowed to steal it, ya ammi.
The Israeli settler is trying to take over a Palestinian family's home, it says here. In occupied East Jerusalem, Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood.
Yaakov, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
But
It's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
You are stealing my house.
The Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood is home to some 3,000 Palestinians, many of whom are descendants of people who were forced out. This is what's happening in settlements. Like, these people are just living in the West Bank, just living there, you know. And out of nowhere, these shitheads from New York City and elsewhere come along and lay down in their bed. What the fuck? What is now Israel during the ethnic cleansing of 1948? Israel has been ordering the eviction of Palestinian families who've lived in Sheikh Jarrah for generations. Anyway, imagine somebody just like walking to your house and then just fucking stealing it. Just walking in and taking ownership of it with like guys with guns. How fucking wild would that shit be? These people are evil, dude. I'm telling you, they have completely lost the fucking plot and they completely lost their humanity. 100%. So it's unacceptable. I don't give a fuck what kind of ridiculous excuse you give about how they lived there 4,000 fucking years ago. I couldn't possibly care less. Literally impossible for me to care less about where they lived 4,000 years ago. You don't have the right to steal someone's home.
Now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately. And
no, there's nothing legitimate about what's happening there.
It is a safe haven for them.
Well, but may I ask though, because you're explaining what Christian Zionism is and your theological beliefs. And I think you just said it would be fine with you if the state of Israel took all of Jordan, all of Syria, all of Lebanon.
That's really not exactly what I'm trying to say.
Well, one of the problems in addition to that is they don't just want to like take control of the governments of the area. They want to force people to leave and occupy it with Jews. Like, get the Jews from New York City to move into these homes that were previously empty. It is fucking insane, the shit that they're doing right now. Unacceptable, evil, and wrong. And I don't know how, like, they get out of this without there being a reckoning from the world.
I'm asking, is that what you said? I thought that's what you just said.
It was somewhat of a hyperbolic statement in that...
Somewhat of a hyperbolic statement? So do you think they should take the entire area or not? The answer is yes, of course. He just doesn't want it to be said so flatly and plainly, first of all. And second, this was the basis for World War II. Lebensraum is what it was called. Living room, living space. They needed more space to live, to farm, to work, to whatever. That was why they that's why they invaded Czechoslovakia and Poland and everywhere else. Except in this case, they are not only genociding Palestinians, but evicting anybody that they don't like from their home and moving in a Jewish person. What the fuck?
You know, if that's what you feel like that we're talking about, but it isn't. We're talking about this land that Israel, the state of Israel, now lives in and wants to have peace in. They're not...
They want to have peace? I'm sorry, he can't be real with this.
Trying to take over Jordan. They're not trying to take over Syria. They're not trying to take over...
Bullshit. They took part of Syria just recently. The Golan Heights, a few years ago. They stole part of Syria. What are you talking about? They don't want that shit. Of course they do.
Iraq or anywhere else. But they do want to protect
Lebanon?
Their people. No, they're not trying to take over Lebanon.
This is just a flat-out lie. He's lying here.
But you're saying
like, people don't normally so brazenly, openly, flatly lie like this. This is wild.
Do want to protect
Lebanon?
Their people. No, they're not trying to take over Lebanon.
But you're saying that as a religious man, as a Christian Zionist, you agree with a lot of religious communities here in Israel that the justification for this country is theological. It's a contract between God and his people. And I'm telling you that that contract includes a tract of land that is much larger than the current nation state.
So you may be a bigger Zionist than even the Jews are that live in Israel.
I'm trying to understand the implications of your theology for geopolitics, because you're saying that the present government of Israel has a moral right to take over what are now other people's countries.
No, I didn't say that.
Then what are
He absolutely, I don't know if he said it, but he is absolutely communicating that for sure. 100%.
you saying?
I'm simply saying that the people who live in Israel, I think, have a right to have security, have safety. They have a right to be able...
They already have that shit. They have had that shit all along. He is so full of it.
To live in this land that they have a connection to for 30
I told myself, and I said a prayer that I would not get annoyed, but as someone who is, the father of daughters, when I see child molesters hiding in Israel and escaping American justice, I think I have a right to safety in my country too. So you can understand that I think most people feel they have a right to safety. I do think Israel has a right to safety, and I hope that for them, and I'm sincere. but I'm an American, and I have a right to safety in my country too.
Of course
Don't
you do.
agree? And I think so. But I just want to get to this point. If Israel were to say, God gave us in Genesis 15 all of Lebanon, all of Syria, all the way up to Iraq, would that be legitimate in your view?
I don't think in this particular day and time.
Yes, the answer is yes. Obviously, he believes that would be legitimate. My God, he can't answer a fucking straight question.
They're asking for it.
Would it be legitimate?
I'm not sure that it would be.
Why? Because you just said that God gave it to them.
Because I think that there is an understanding that the people of Israel today, now, if they end up getting attacked by all these places and they win that war and they take that land, then
Wait. I'm sorry. You don't take land in a defensive war. This is the most ridiculous shit. I heard this regarding the Golan Heights, too. They said that they took the Golan Heights from Syria, a little strip of land there, defensively. How the fuck do you defensively steal people's land? I mean, really think about that for a second. We're sitting here in, say you're in like Manhattan. It's it's a little island. Somebody attacks Manhattan. New Jersey attacks Manhattan, and by the end of it, you own New Jersey. How the fuck does that work?
And okay, that's a whole nother discussion. But you and I started out.
Win in a war,
we
it's
started
okay?
talking about something simple: Christian Zionism.
But it turns out it's
and
not
now
simple because the core of Christian Zionism, you said, and I'm quoting you, is the understanding, the belief, the theological understanding that Jews have a moral and legal. We went through the
And
legal,
biblical.
moral deriving from the biblical,
Yeah.
from the promises in our Bible, which we share with the Jewish people, the first part of it, the Old Testament, that it derives from God's promise to the Jews.
There's more to the Jewish Bible than the Old Testament. They have other books, and they've kind of rewritten and reorganized the Old Testament. There's the Babylonian Talmud and then the Jerusalem Talmud, I think. I don't remember what the names are now, but they're like 400 years apart, and they were compiled by different rabbis across different time periods or whatever. And we follow one and they follow the other generally. Plus, they have like the Book of Zohar. I don't think that they have the Book of Esther. I could be wrong there. And some other differences.
And so I have two questions. What are the borders of that? And who are those people in 2026? And you're not the first person I've asked, but you're the most reasonable, most gentle, most theologically informed person. So I'm really hoping for an answer.
Yeah.
The first question was the borders. I can't get an answer.
Yeah.
What those borders are. So
There are, of course, no borders. Like, they want to control the entire Middle East.
I'm going to give up. But the second question is every bit as pressing, which is who are the people?
Hell, they want to control the Far East and the Near East, as well as the Middle East. Yes, that's really what they're called.
Who are the modern? Yes. Who are the descendants? So we know, and I believe, and I agree with you as a Christian, that God promised this land from modern day Iraq to modern day Egypt to this people, the Jews, to Abram's, actually not to Abram's descendants, as it says in Genesis 15.
And he, I'm sorry, this is an important part. One more time.
Not to Abram's descendants.
He doesn't believe that the Jews that live there now are descendants of Abram or Abraham or whoever. And I don't believe that Abram was a real person or that we have evidence that he existed. I think we have some evidence, very paper thin evidence, that David was a real person, probably. Because we found a crest that says House of David on it in the middle of nowhere one time. That's about our only evidence for it. But the fact is, Semitic is not... The Semitic people are not related to each other. There is no common heritage between Semitic people. The Semitic, God, I'm trying to think about how to phrase this. Semites or Semitism or whatever is a region and a language grouping. So, like, Hebrew is a Semitic language. I think Ethiopian is a Semitic language. There are a bunch of different Semitic languages. But the Jews that have moved in there now are a mix of Mizrahi, which are from the Semitic region, and Ashkenazi, which are Jews from Europe, and Sephardic, which are predominantly from Russia and Spain. They have more in common with me than they do with Mizrahi Jews. It's not a race. Hitler made it into a race. It never was.
As it says in Genesis 15. Who are his descendants now, and how do we know who they are?
I think they're the Jews, and we know who they are because they've always been a Jewish people. There has been an unbroken line of Jewish people.
So they just claim it, and that's it. Okay.
And they've lived in this land for 3,800 years. Sometimes not very many of them, because they were chased out all over the world. They were hunted down. They were almost annihilated during the Holocaust. They came back. To this day, Tucker, they represent, you know how many Jews there are in the whole world?
Please,
No,
I
but
understand.
Yeah, like, I don't know, 7 million maybe?
But first of all, the greatest genocide of Jews no one ever mentions was by the Romans, where they were literally banned from Jerusalem for 500 years.
Yeah, of course.
And it's all awful. And I'm opposed to all of that. I'm opposed to mass killing of anybody, period. I'm opposed
Glad
to
to hear
killing.
you say that.
I mean it.
Yeah,
And I hope
I
we can
believe
agree
that.
on that.
I believe that.
My question is, and it's not a bumper sticker answer, it's a sincere answer, how do we know? Because what you're saying is that certain people have a title to a highly contested region. They own it in some deep sense. So I think it's fair to ask, who are they and how do we know? So the current prime minister's ancestors weren't from here within recorded history. He has no deed. Bibi Netanyahu, on one side, his family's from Poland. They're from Eastern Europe.
And Netanyahu actually went to high school in Philadelphia, I believe.
So how do we know that he has a connection to the people who God promised the land to, Abram's descendants? How do we know that?
Well, if you take the genealogies that come not only from the Old but the New Testament, you see that there is a historical connection through the entirety of the Old and the New Testament that details the Jewish connection to this land.
Does that include
that's
Bibi's
indisputable.
family? How do we know that if his family
Well, if they were
comes here?
scattered,
But how do we know it's
through
the
the-
same people? No, why is that crazy? If you say to me,
if they speak the same language, if they worship the same God, if they
Yeah, but they didn't speak the same language until very recently. Like, Hebrew was a dead language until just, like, I don't know, a few decades ago. Previously, they spoke Yiddish from the year 900 to, I don't know, 1900. It was Yiddish. The problem is that a lot of these people are not really related to each other at all, genetically.
they follow the same Bible, if they follow the same cultures and traditions, and they always pray next year in Jerusalem, and they pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and they pray facing toward Jerusalem, does that not give you a little bit of a clue as to who they
well,
are?
let's go through those things, because I would like to have a rational this is a conversation I've wanted. Bless you. Thank you for doing this. Let's just go through those things.
Okay, that was a strained laugh. I don't think he's very happy to be here right now.
Okay.
So one of the things I admire most about Israel is they resurrected a dead language in 1948.
Yep, Hebrew was dead.
Good for them.
Well, they really didn't resurrect it.
They really did. It was Yiddish before that.
It was existent.
Okay, I'm not. That's
But-
not.
but it is
That's a
the
compliment. I'm not slighting.
No, but it
anybody.
is the first time in all of human history that a language has survived through this length of time.
No, the language did not survive. That's what we're saying, Mike. The language was dead until 1948.
It's I would call it, you might not, but I would call it a miracle. One of many
Okay.
that you can attribute
Netanyahu,
to this
I
language.
think it's wonderful as someone who loves language. Netanyahu's parents did not speak Hebrew. Okay. They didn't live in this region. Netanyahu, the founders of this country, were mostly secular. Some of them were avowed atheists. They were not praying for the peace of Jerusalem. They weren't praying at all because they didn't believe in God.
That's true.
There's no genealogy
Notice no pushback from Mike on that.
linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not. So how do we know, since they didn't share a language, they didn't share a religion, they had no religion whatsoever, how do we know that they had a right to come here from Eastern Europe and
but they were
take
scattered.
the land?
They were scattered to Eastern Europe.
that.
They were scattered all
Yeah, but you said that they had a unique right to this land because they all had this shit in common, but they didn't, is the point.
all over the world. There were many in Ethiopia. They were in Russia. They were in Poland. They were throughout Asia. Jews were all over the place, but they were still Jews. But they were still Jews.
Okay,
That's
so then
what
let
made
me
them
get to the
unique.
nub of the question, since again, a lot is at stake, a lot of money is at stake. Land
The nub of the question. Love it.
is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. By the way, if you're accused of a crime, you can hide here. That's a pretty good passport to have. It's a good thing, right? So who's entitled to it? I don't understand, and you're very discouraged in the United States from asking this question for some reason. It's a totally rational
No, I'm not
question.
discouraged.
No, you're
I don't think anyone is discouraged from asking questions in the United States, but okay. I mean, that's not really a fair representation of reality. Whatever.
not discouraging.
Yeah.
You. Others do. You're like the only person I can have this conversation with. Everyone else will be like, shut up, Nazi. It's a foundational question. Are you speaking of an ethnic group or a religious group?
Well, I think you're looking at, for many people, it is religious. There are people who may not have a deep religious connection to Judaism, but they're still Jews.
Okay, so it's an ethnic category.
It is ethnic, but it is also religious. It is rooted in religion. You can't take it out of it. Now, that
And
means
then
there's
how-
But most of these people are secular Jews. Well, not most. But many of these people who stake a claim here are secular.
How can an atheist?
Well, I will tell you this. There are some people who say, I'm Christian. They never go to church. They never pray. They never read their Bible. They don't tithe.
But they're not entitled to citizenship on the basis of that.
Well,
They're
but
not.
And also, if somebody says, I am not religious, then you don't call them a Christian, right? That's really the parallel here. If they say, I am not religious, you don't call them Jewish. Again, Judaism is not a race. It was declared a race by Hitler, and people embraced that after the fact. And now they're using that to their advantage to stake a claim to this land.
Not
Saying that
entitled
they
to.
still call themselves Christian,
Of course.
even though they identify
Okay,
in
but
that way.
here's the difference. You're saying that people who have this identification have a deed to a huge chunk of land on the Mediterranean. Okay, so there's, it's a right. You keep telling me it's a right, and so it's totally fair to say if you come to my house and say I've got the title to your house, I get to ask, may I see it? Where'd you get it? And that's exactly what happened here. People from Europe, Eastern Europe, came here.
That's fair.
In a lot of cases, atheists, and kicked out a
No,
lot
no,
of
no,
people
they
who lived
bought
here.
land.
Well, but in
Bullshit. They did not buy it. They kicked people out. Okay, I showed that video earlier where they literally, this dude named Jacob from New York City, literally kicked people out of their home. I do not want to hear that bullshit. Just disgusting.
Not just throw people
they
out.
bought
They absolutely did.
a lot of land. There's no
They
question
did
about
buy
that.
a lot of land.
But they
The
also
whole
in
idea of Zionist
1948
movement
kicked out a lot of people.
in the war.
Oh, it was a war. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not. Look,
Okay, it's happening now. Like literally right now it's happening. People are walking into Palestinians' homes with guns and forcing them to leave and laying down in their fucking bed.
not
Yeah.
want to
Okay.
relitigate the history. I'm just saying it's a fact.
Okay.
Including a lot of Christians, wound up fleeing, and they lost their homes, and they've never been allowed back. And all of this was justified on the basis of this identity that is the ticket to the right that you keep referring to. So my question is very simple. I'm going to wait patiently for an answer. Does this right derive from religious affiliation or from genetics?
And I would say it's both. But I would also say that when you
But that's a problem, Mike. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
said the Christians were kicked out, Tucker, Christianity is growing in Israel.
Okay, but
And there is a big lie that goes out there. But no, let me finish this because I keep hearing that
Right.
Christians are really not treated well in Israel. That's just simply, that's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. That's actually true. I have evidence. Let me show you an example.
Elohim love Israel. Praise God. God love Israel. May God have to love this beloved.
She's a Christian in Israel, and this kid came up and spit on her.
Smell.
People trying to knock the microphone out of her hand.
Whoa, whoa.
He slapped my face.
Wow.
He slapped my face.
A kid throws his backpack at her. So the point is, this is just like one of many examples of Christians being treated like complete shit in Israel. Insane. They treat them really, really badly in Israel. Unless you're in certain areas, which are like designated tourist spots or whatever.
Well, there are lots
It
of
is a
different.
lie.
There are lots of different.
There were 34,000 Christians in Israel in 1948. There are 184,000 Christians here today.
And by Israel, what are you counting?
You talking about the land?
What territory are you counting? You're
I'm talking
counting
about
Israel proper? Or are you counting
talking about Israel
the West
proper.
Bank as well and Gaza? I mean, what do you when you say Israel? Those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper.
Okay.
There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto.
Yes, we know people are mistreated in other countries, but you are in Israel, and we are talking about Israel. You're the ambassador to Israel, Mike. Obviously, we're talking about Israel.
Who are the service workers.
I'm
You
sorry.
can't
Look,
pray.
I don't want to argue with you. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's
So
not true.
what it actually is true. And I
Okay, no need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. More Christians, Qatar. Let's see if we can get an answer to this. Hold on. Uh-oh, my search engine is broken. Hold on. Give me a second here. Israel has about 185,000 Christian citizens, accounting for just under 2% of the total population. Qatar, Christians form around 15.4% of the total population, which works out to roughly 350,000 to 400,000 people in a country of 2.5 million. So there are twice as many Christians in Qatar as in Israel by raw numbers. But 185,000 Christians in Israel are overwhelmingly citizens with full legal rights. Nearly 80% are Arab Christians who are Israeli citizens, can vote, hold office, etc. This is a true claim, apparently. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that's correct by a lot.
I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr. Ambassador.
Wikipedia,
I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. I'm
in Jordan,
by the way,
numbers are down. In Syria, the numbers are down. In
I'm
Lebanon,
just
the
saying,
numbers are down.
there
I'm just
are
telling you that
about twice as many Christians.
but they live in
hold
the
on.
enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories
Yeah.
here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's funny.
Fact.
How many?
350,000 or so. But he's putting Tucker on the spot, and that's intentional, of course. If somebody brings out a fact against you, you just have to pull out another fact that's related that they don't know.
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there and there are many more, like whatever. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Yeah.
And you said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity. Because as I noted, and you agree, many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel, did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe them. So that suggests it's ethnic. But it's also true, as you well know, because there's a famous court case about this, that ethnic Jews who convert to Christianity do not have the right of return. That was settled by the Israeli Supreme Court. I'm very confused.
That's interesting. Is that real? Ethnic Jews who converted to Christianity do not have a right to return. So, wow, okay.
So that would suggest it's not ethnicity, because you invalidate your Jewishness by converting to Christianity.
There are a number of Messianic Jews who live in Israel.
Okay.
Who are here.
I'm aware of
It's a
I'm aware of
significant
that
number.
But you're not contesting what I'm saying, because it's a very famous court case.
The right of return has to do with your mother, your grandmother. It has to do with family
it's
ties.
ethnic.
There's a lot of, sure, ethnicity is a big part of the right of return.
Great.
To make aliyah, to come to Israel, to live here.
Then if both of your parents are Jewish and you have an ethnic right to the land, you are one of Abram's descendants, but you convert to Christianity, how is it you don't have the right to return? I'm totally confused.
But I know a number of people who have returned as Christians.
That's not what anybody is fucking asking, Mike. My God, he doesn't have an honest bone in his body, does he?
But have Jewish history.
Are
and
you
Jewish
saying that Jews who convert to Christianity have a right, a legal right to return? Because I
know that they do. Whether, when you say, do they have a right to return, do they prove?
It's a legal category, as in any government.
Which is by their family history, their grandmother, their mother, and there are many aspects of that.
I've read it. I think,
but I know that these are people who are Christian, and they came here, made aliyah. They had Jewish blood, Jewish history. They were Christian, Messianic, but they came here, and they were welcomed here.
And they were given full legal rights.
Absolutely.
And a passport.
Yeah.
So clearly, it's not true that you invalidate your right of return by converting to Christianity. That's just false.
I'm not aware of that. I know that there are a number of Christians here. I go to church with Christians every week here.
Of course.
And
but do you have a right to come and say, I am an ethnic Jew, even though I practice Christianity, therefore I have every bit as much right to move into a settlement in the West Bank or into East Jerusalem or anywhere I want, Galilee, anywhere, because I'm returning to the land of my forefathers. I have a legal right in the state of Israel, even though I've converted to Christianity. You're saying that's true?
I'm saying I know people who've done it. Now, can I tell you what the law specifically is? I'm not sure.
Wait, you're the ambassador, Mike. Why wouldn't you be able to tell us exactly what this law is? It even relates to you. It involves you heavily. Why can you not tell us this law? Because he knows that the law is not on his side here, obviously.
Sure,
well, it's really
I'm a
significant.
Christian. I don't have any Jewish roots, so therefore I cannot quote you the law. If you want me to do that, I'll look at it.
Well, it really matters because you're saying, in fact, people in the United States are being called anti-Semites. A lot of them, including me, because they somehow don't believe that Israel has a right to this land.
Do you think Israel has a right to this land?
No, you haven't defined what the land is, and you haven't defined who Israel is. So I really don't know.
It is the land they're living in now, the borders that they have.
The
borders expand constantly. What do you mean the borders they have now? Like, why not the 1967 borders instead? Why not the 1948 borders? Why these specific ones? And where are their borders? Are we talking the legally recognized borders? Or are we talking the ones that Israel claims? Because they're different.
The borders have moved in the last year.
Right, exactly.
What do you mean the borders have moved?
Are you fucking kidding me with this? He can't be this stupid. He can't.
The 1967 borders. I'm including, the
East
West
Jerusalem and Judea and Samaria.
What are the borders of Judea and Samaria?
Well, you basically take the Jordan River, and it's west of the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, to the Lebanon border. And Israel did have control of the Sinai. They gave that to Egypt. They had control of it.
Right.
They gave it away in 1979 in the peace agreement.
But, okay.
So
whatever you call it, the land that was taken from Jordan in 1967, you call it Judea and Samaria. There's a significance to that that I don't fully understand. I'm not against it. I don't really
biblical
know what it's the biblical
terms. 80% of the Bible happened in Judea and Samaria.
But we've also established that the Bible gives Jews the right to occupy the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. So I'm very confused by why we've shrunk the land and why we're
Israel has shrunk the land.
Israel shrank the land? Come on.
They have made that decision. That's why they gave away Gaza. They gave away the Sinai.
Now's the part
They've
for
given
the
away
real
a lot
question.
of things.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do
So it is genetics then, is what Mike is saying. It's genetics based, even though they won't let Christians migrate who converted from Judaism.
genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that.
Oh shit. That's a sick fucking burn, actually. That's a good point. Except the problem is that there is no genetic link between Mizrahi and Ashkenazi Jews. There's no genetic link really. They spread out across different regions and they intermarried, and that's why they're genetically identifiable to any degree. But there was no Abram, almost certainly. We can barely prove there was a David. Everything about this is completely bullshit.
Why don't we do that? Would you be against doing that?
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean,
Really?
maybe it would be.
What do you mean? It would prove who Abram's descendants are and who has a right to live here and who doesn't, according to the theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that. If you believe the theology that you've just explained to me.
Would we do that all over the world? And everybody.
Hey, fuck it. Why not? Test everybody. If they want, the right to return can depend on your genetic, ethnic link to Abram or whatever. Why not?
This is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God.
Right, and they're claiming a unique right to control this region in an apartheid situation. Should we genetically test British people to see if they have a right to live there? No, because they're not uniquely claiming the sole right to live there. If they were trying to occupy new territory in the name of the British Empire where only British people were allowed to move, then yeah, I would say we should absolutely make sure that they're British, because it seems like what's happening right now is a bunch of people getting together and attempting to game the system and claim land that even their claims don't legitimize. Yes, delegitimize the claim that they are staking. That's the point here. I don't like that anybody would claim to have a right to this land or Britain or Israel or anywhere else. I don't like that anybody would do that, but let's delegitimize their claim by genetically testing them, right?
This people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism? Would they have a right?
Well, you've just said.
I'm sorry, let me step back. I missed it.
This people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism? Would they have a right?
Well, you've just.
This is about the Israeli policy. This isn't about. Nobody has a right to live in Israel. Okay, the people that live in Israel right now have a right to live where they are. The Israeli government does not uniquely have a right to the Middle East. That's fucking absurd. And they're trying to create an ethno-state.
Just said.
I mean,
that
there are
it's
converts
not
to Judaism, so
you just told
they
me
can make Aliyah. They may not have.
You've just
DNA.
told me that it doesn't matter You told me moments ago, I'm trying to keep track,
Okay.
that it doesn't matter whether or not you believe in God or whether or not you practice Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism, which is something else that I don't even know if we should, I don't even know what that means.
Well, rabbinic Jews are Pharisees, actually. Like that, the Pharisaical movement is the same as the rabbinic movement. They're the same group, the same beliefs and everything. When you read about the Pharisees in the Bible, that's the Jews that live in Israel right now, the Pharisees. A direct ideological religious line, rabbinic Judaism.
But it doesn't matter whether you're, quote, a religious Jew or not. What matters is that you are part of the Jewish people to whom God gave this land that extends from the Nile to the Euphrates. And so if you believe that, wouldn't you want to know with a burning passion who those people are? And because of science, we can now know who those people are. So why aren't we finding out?
I guess you could propose a DNA test for everybody who comes here, everybody who lives here. But the point
I'm comfortable with secular nation states where it's none of this is done on the basis of blood. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'll just say that.
But there are people who may not have bloodlines, but who have converted to Judaism. Are they going to be able to live here? Are you going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live.
Yeah, this isn't my standard. This is your standard that you are defending right now.
Live here
No,
because you
I've
just
never
told
said-
me
no,
that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abram.
They're the descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism, then do they have a right to live in Israel?
Well, there's a whole legal literature in Israel on that question. And my understanding is that certain types of modern Judaism qualify a person and other types don't. Is that your understanding? I don't believe that people converted, and I could have this wrong, but I know people who've faced this personally, know people. I don't believe people who've converted in a Reform synagogue have the right of return. I don't think that is, because I know people who've married into Jewish families and they find out they don't have the right of return. So that is perplexing to me.
Yeah, I know, you know, my experience is a little different than yours. I know people who have definite Jewish connections, family relations. But
why did he point to himself just now when he said that? Does he have some kind of family connection?
Connections, family relations, but now they're Christian. Some are not necessarily practicing Jews. They're not. They're more secular Jews, as you've discussed, but they come back here.
Okay, I'm not against that. I'm just wondering, since you began this conversation by asking me, did I think they had a right to come here?
Yeah, that's
and
what
my question
Zionism is.
was.
You know what they should do? Like, I don't believe in this ideology at all. I think it's fucked up and that they shouldn't have this, you know, this ethno-state, basically. But if they really wanted to get around criticism, they would define Jew the way that Hitler defined Jew, because it's supposed to be about protecting Jews, right? In reality, we know it's not entirely about protecting Jews from whatever. It's about controlling this region over anything. But it would be a PR victory if they said, if you had one quote-unquote non-Aryan grandparent, then you would be considered Jewish and you would have the right of return.
On what basis?
By the way, if you don't know what the right of return is, it's the idea that if you are Jewish, you are automatically granted citizenship in Israel. And they have controversially denied a bunch of people citizenship in Israel because they disagreed with their claim to it. Like Tucker is pointing out here, you can convert to Judaism literally just on the basis of your beliefs alone. You can return just because you think that this is real, and they'll let you in. But they won't let in Hebrew Israelites, like black people who believe themselves to be Jews, even though we know it's based on ideology and not heritage. in a lot of ways. And they won't let in Messianic Jews who basically live their lives like Jews, except they believe that Jesus was the Messiah, for example, and a bunch of other different subgroups or whatever.
Basis do they have the right?
Yeah.
And you
So
said
basically, the point is the people who are being allowed to return to Israel or being allowed to, given citizenship or whatever, is a selective process that doesn't have any coherent or cohesive foundation to it.
come here.
Yeah, that's
And
what
my
Zionism
question
is.
was, on what basis do they have the right? And
And
you
I tried
said
to-
because God granted it to them.
And I also said because that there should be a land where Jews can live in peace and safety.
And I asked you what a Jew was, and you couldn't answer it. You
No, I
said
didn't
it partly is religious, but doesn't have to be. It's partly genetic, but it doesn't have to be. And so that you can see why I'm confused.
I think I was very clear that being Jewish is an identification either through blood or through faith that you're Jewish.
What about the Hebrew Israelites? I mean, they're not in any way Jewish ethnically, but they live their lives as though they're Jews, and they believe that they're Jews.
It may be that you're a blood Jew, but you don't necessarily practice Judaism, just like there are people who say they're Christian, but they don't do a thing to demonstrate what Christian
There are a lot of bad
means.
Christians, including me some of the time, a lot of the time. But I don't have a right to real estate on the basis of my claim of
You
Christianity.
don't have a right to real estate if you're talking about a specific parcel. But if you're talking about a land, I think what we're talking
That's
about
real
is
estate.
that,
That's all I'm,
Yeah, and-
all I'm saying.
and
So-
there was a designation to the family of nations of the world that there would be a Jewish homeland. Let's get to that point, because I think you've
Is this part of his biblical beliefs now?
taken us on several trails here, and I'm not sure we can follow them all. But is there a reason that the Jewish people that represent, and I want to get back to this because you didn't let me finish a while ago, they represent 0.2% of the world's population. In the entirety of the world, there are about 16 million Jews total,
No, I thought it was lower than that for some reason.
and 8 million of them live here. The rest live mostly in New York or South Florida and a few other places.
Pretty much New York City.
Okay.
So this is a small population of people. They have connection to this land, historically, biblically.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
If Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense
ancestrally-
does-
but
how do we know
ancestrally-
that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't.
The point is he's claiming this, and there's no evidence for it. We need evidence for this.
So no one does. That's the point.
But
So
if
how do
there
we
is-
know that he
but
has any
if they
connection
are
to this land at
Jewish,
all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language,
But
the
he
Bible,
doesn't-
the land,
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever lived here. So on what basis does he have a right
very
to be
much
here?
speaks the language. He has fought for the land. His family has
I
fought
feel
for
like
the
you're
land.
dodging a
No, I'm not
very
dodging.
obvious question, which is where does this right come from? And the
I've-
reason
I've
it's
given you
meaningful
that
is
answer.
because there are a lot of people in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West
Mm-hmm.
Bank, who, through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or Poland. They're Eastern European. How does that work?
They're Jewish.
By what definition?
They're Jewish by their
But how do we know they...
There is no consistent definition, is the point that Tucker made, and he made it eloquently. That was pretty interesting.
have any
ethnicity.
connection
They're
to the
Jewish by
Jews
their
of the-
faith. They're
of the
Jewish
Bible?
by the connection to the language. Jewish by the connection to the Torah.
But how do we know that Bibi, specifically Bibi's ancestors, ever lived here? How do we know?
Why is he calling him BB? That's like his childhood nickname. I don't know. It's just weird that he would use that. You mean Benjamin Netanyahu?
That?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
How do we know if the Prime Minister of Israel's ancestors ever lived?
Maybe I could ask you, how do we know they didn't?
Oh my God, that's his go-to every fucking time. The point is, we don't. We don't know. That means it's on him to prove that it's true, right?
I mean,
Well, it's on
Acts like it's some W.
the basis of the claim that they did that all kinds of things happen. People are displaced. There's a money flow. I mean, it's a big question. A lot hangs on this. It's not some theoretical thing like, oh, you know, did my grandparents do this or do that? It's like, no, we have a right to be here because my ancestors were here. Okay, how do we know they were here?
Hey, it's a fair point, right?
I'm totally unable to process what you're trying to get at.
What, you got gummy bears in your ears? You don't understand the question?
It goes back, do Jewish people have any land on this planet that should be theirs?
No, because that's an ethno-state, and we don't believe in ethno-states, right? Ethno-states are bad. Nobody has a right to, or let me rephrase, no ethnic group has a right to forcibly remove other ethnic groups from a land and then claim it as theirs. That is evil. Ethno-states are bad. Apartheid states are bad. I can't believe I have to sit here say this shit. I'm sorry. Can't believe I have to sit here saying this shit.
I feel that way about all peoples. I feel that way about Jewish peoples. I feel that way about.
Okay, then you don't mind them having this little
Is there any
land,
country? Let me
right?
ask you this bluntly: is there any country that European peoples have a right to exclusively?
I think they have attained their land through
Okay.
conquest. I mean, let's ask
Have
ourselves.
the Britons attained their land through
Romans?
conquest?
Bro, you're digging a hole for yourself here, Mike.
No, they've always been there.
The Romans, the Greeks, we've had all these
let's
civilizations.
speak. Let's speak. Well, you could certainly say that here. The Romans controlled this, as you know, and they expelled
But they
all the
don't
Jews
anymore.
from Jerusalem. Amen. I
Yeah.
don't want them to control it.
Hope not.
I'm anti-Roman. Okay, we're on the
Yeah.
same page.
Okay.
But my question is very simple. Is there any European peoples that possesses the same right to their land that the Jews, including people whose ancestors lived in Eastern Europe, possess here? The Britons, we know, the British people, the Scandinavian people, the Irish people, their ancestors have been there for thousands of years. That's provable through genetic testing. Do they have a right to their land exclusively?
Is anyone saying they don't?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Who's saying that?
No one will say they will. And I'm asking you, do they have that right?
And I'm not sure what that question involves, because no one is trying to force them out of their land, of their homes. But here,
Wait, hold on.
you
Let me
have
just,
people.
why won't you answer that question?
Because I just did.
Oh, so the Irish people have the same right to their land that the
I don't
Jews
know that they
have
have
to.
a biblical connection,
Okay.
but I'm a Bible believer.
Okay.
So that is
But it's also
important to me.
it's also a principle, and that is, and you've said it 15 times.
Sometimes people have land because they were able to attain it through war. They were able to obtain it when it was challenged.
I understand that. There's all
so-
kinds of consequences, but
Yeah.
we can't say that about the
The
Irish.
world borders
Hold on.
change all the time.
Not
And that's good? It's good for borders to change all the time? No, people should have a right to live where they previously lived, and Israel is erasing that right. They're erasing people's homes and stealing them. It's fucking evil.
actually the borders of the island of England have not changed, nor
but the
island of
governance
Ireland.
does.
Those are just two examples. So
Yeah.
you've got the indigenous people there. Do they have a moral right to that as their homeland?
And I think they would probably say, yes, we do, because we have ancient
What
history
do
to
you
it.
think?
I've never thought about whether
Now
they...
that I'm
You've really never thought about this before?
raising the question, and you've spent a lot of time thinking about the right of
Yeah.
the Jewish people to their homeland, do the Irish have the same right to a homeland?
As long as they can defend it, and as long as they,
As long as they can defend it.
But Tucker, here's the point.
Wait a
I'm
second.
telling you...
Wait, hold on.
No.
Now you just flipped category. You're the minister.
Oh, shit. He is really sticking his foot in his mouth in this, isn't he?
Here.
Yeah, and I'm telling
As
you...
long
there-
as they can defend it.
And, you're,
if they can't
you're not
defend it, they
allowing
lose
me
the
to
right.
tell you that I think that what is very, very special here is that there is a biblical, as well as an ethnic, and a historical. So you can take any one, but if you add them all together, biblical, historical, and ethnic, you have a very strong case.
No, you don't, actually. You don't have a case that ethno-states should exist.
That the Jewish people are living in a land that is indigenous to them, that has been their historic homeland for 3,800 years.
You can repeat it as
and you can
as
also
often as
look in
you
the
want.
archaeology. The stones cry out.
Okay.
Have you been to the city of David?
Are the stones crying out? Have you heard stones yelling out for anybody?
Have.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you know then that
And I love
when
it.
it's an amazing
I
place.
agree.
It may be the greatest archaeological discovery in all of history
Pretty
because
great.
it's stunning. And they still continue to find things that date the Jewish people to this land archaeologically for 3,800 years.
We can date the British people to their land much longer, much thousands of years longer. Stonehenge is 3,000 years older than any building built by the descendants of Abram in this country. And so it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's right. I'm just wanting you to affirm that right, but it makes you uncomfortable and you won't. And I don't know why.
Because I've never honestly sat down and asked myself, are the lines around the
It's an
United
island, so we know what the
Kingdom-
lines are.
I'm saying, but are those lines, are those rooted in something other than the historical connection?
The fact is, ethnostates are bad, period, full stop. It's not deeper than that. Ethnostates bad. People should not maintain an ethnic identity in a country because they don't like other ethnic identities. That's wrong, obviously.
Great, then they should have it. But
And
that's
they have
a
a
question.
right to have it. But then you said if they can defend it, and if they can't defend it, they lose the right.
But I didn't say it was exclusive one or the other. I think you're really going off the trail.
I just want to know if these principles apply universally or if they only apply to the people of Israel. And my answer appears to be just the people of Israel. They're the only ones with these rights.
Yes, that is the answer in Mike Huckabee's mind.
And I just reject that.
I
as a
didn't. I
Christian.
didn't say that. But I'm saying we are talking about Israel. We're in Israel. We're talking about Christian Zionism because you've made some disparaging statements about Christian Zionists. You've apologized for them, for which I appreciate. And now we're trying to define Christian and Zionist. And it seems like we've gone way, way off
I'm
of
trying
that.
to get, as you suggested as a former debater at the outset, I'm trying to get to terms and a common understanding of what the words mean.
And we are literally like how many hours into this? We are at 1 hour and 34 minutes and still like seem to be stuck on the same question. What is Christian Zionism? Because this dude will not just admit that he treats Israel in a unique way, that Israel has special privileges that other countries don't.
The term
And I'm
Christian,
no closer to that than I was when I began.
You're not closer to the term Christian, what that means?
I think it's someone who follows Jesus. And that's
Okay.
my next question.
All
There are
right.
a lot of Christians in the West Bank, and there were a fair amount of Christians in Gaza, and some of them have been killed.
There were 5,000 in Gaza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And two different churches were hit by the IDF. Christian Hospital was hit 7 times by the IDF. And I don't understand.
They were not hit 7 times. There were different. I know. And one of the times it was a rocket that was shot by Hamas.
Oh, yeah, it's always Hamas. Hamas is always the bad guy in this situation, right? They're the eternal boogeyman who is always to blame for every bad thing that ever happens in the region, right?
And all the news agencies reported that the IDF shot the rocket. They
Did
said
the IDF ever hit the hospital or the churches?
They did.
Why?
Accidentally, and they apologized for it.
Well, if they apologized, that's good, right? That fixes everything. We're all A-okay now that they've apologized for hitting a hospital with fucking bombs. Awesome. Thank you for that.
And it was very unfortunate. But they also, you got to remember, there were times Hamas often hid caches of arms
I'll give it a fucking rest. Eternal boogeyman.
under hospitals.
Were you bothered by the fact that the IDF hit Christians?
I'm bothered that anyone got killed in Gaza, but you know why I'm bothered?
You're a Christian
because
minister.
here's the
and
thing.
You can't say that the Christians are Islamic extremists.
No, but
and
I can say that
I
the
would expect
reason
you to
that the
side with the Christians over the secular government of Israel.
But
you
I
don't
would
seem
look
to
at it even more broadly. I would ask you this. Why was there so much suffering and continues to be suffering in Gaza?
Because Israel has turned it into the world's largest open-air concentration camp. They can't leave. They are barred from exiting on either side. on any side by Israel. That's why there's so much suffering there, because Israel wants there to be.
It's because Hamas, which could have built a Singapore, built a Haiti. They have a landmass the size of Las Vegas. They built tunnels underneath that are larger than the London Underground, over 500 miles of tunnels. They didn't build it to move people from.
I could be wrong. I believe that Israel built some of those tunnels, many of those tunnels. I should probably look that up to be sure. Hold on. By the way, when they say tunnels, what they really mean is like walkways underneath buildings that like link blocks together. Like I went in the tunnels, quote unquote, under Congress, like under the congressional building there when I went to DC to visit, and they weren't tunnels, they were just like walkways. Apparently, the short answer is primarily they were built by Hamas, along with other Palestinian militant groups like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ. Hamas began building them in the 90s, but massively expanded the network after taking control of Gaza in 2007, and especially after the Israeli-Egyptian blockade tightened. So, hold on, just checking. So, many of the tunnels were built by Hamas, but some of the tunnels were built by Israel.
From one hospital to the other, one marketplace to the other, but to hide terrorists, to hide weaponry. And on October the 7th, they went over there and they massacred 1,200 civilians, massacred, mutilated, humiliated them.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. Sorry.
Please don't.
I'm not going to.
But yeah, here, Nerical just made this image for me here. The question gun. The YouTube question gun. We loaded this puppy up. Time to lock and load.
I'm telling you.
I'm appalled by it. How many civilians have been killed by the IDF in Gaza?
We don't know. You know why we don't know?
What's your guess?
Well, the only numbers we have come from this dubious entity called the Gaza Health Ministry. You know who that is?
Well, why
it's
doesn't
Hamas.
Israel have a?
Oh my God, dude! Every fucking person that this guy doesn't like is Hamas. Give it a fucking rest. Just sent you some art. Enjoy. I appreciate it. Yes, I saw that and I pulled it up. The question gun. If you missed it, then you should scroll back on the video because I just pulled it up, like literally just now. Anyway. Insane.
Some kind of count on it.
We also know that a lot of the people who were killed were, in fact, warriors. Sadly,
how many kids were killed?
We don't know.
What's your guess?
Well, I mean, it feels like something that you should most definitely know because ostensibly you're trying to avoid that, right? You're trying to avoid killing children, right? So you should know how many died because you're avoiding that?
I don't know. I'm sure it was thousands. And it's thousands.
What is wrong with you? You fucked up son of a bitch.
Thousands of kids were killed.
Some of the kids who were killed had been recruited to be in the military. Kids as young as 14 years old.
Kids. Do you hear yourself? I wonder.
I just said that there were kids as young as 14 that were recruited to be Hamas soldiers.
Give it a fucking rest, dude.
Who were given arms.
How do you feel about the kids being killed?
I think it's horrible. Oh. You know what I also think is horrible? I think it's horrible that 1,200 people were slaughtered by people across the border and 252 people were taken hostage.
Right? Okay. And how long ago is this? This was 2-3 years ago. Is that right? 1,200 people? That's tragic. I don't like that at all. How many people has Israel killed, I wonder, in the past 2 or 3 years? Like, how many children? How many children have been killed in the past 2 or 3 years?
48 of the 1,200 were Americans.
3 more.
And then when
are all lives equal?
When Hamas could have ended this on October the 8th and given all the hostages up, they didn't.
Well, look, I'm not defending Hamas. They're monsters, obviously. They're extremists. They're right-wing nutcases, nationalists, so on and so forth. I'm not going to defend Hamas. In addition to that, he's literally making excuses. He's literally making excuses for murdering children right now. What is broken inside of you, Mike?
Leaving no choice.
You're never going to get me to defend Hamas.
I hope
I'm not pro-Hamas.
I hope
totally
not.
opposed to slaughtering innocents, whether Hamas does it or whether the government of Israel does it in much larger numbers. And the reason I'm opposed to it is because I'm a Christian and I believe that all souls are created by God.
I do not disagree with that wholeheartedly. But
Wait, I don't disagree with that wholeheartedly. So do you disagree with it a little bit then? Is that what you're saying? Why didn't you say, I agree with that wholeheartedly?
Said how many children have been
war is
killed,
a horrible thing, period.
But it's not a war. It's a genocide. I just want to make that clear.
that all souls are created by God.
I do not disagree with that wholeheartedly.
But I said how many children have been
war is
killed.
a horrible thing, period. And we don't know. We know that a lot of the numbers were reported by Hamas.
But you said you think thousands of children have been killed.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know why they got killed? Because Hamas would gather up the children and put them in the targets. Do you know what?
Bullshit. God, this human shield shit. Yes, Hamas bad. They do bad things. They're evil. They are all, they do all kinds of things to try to prevent anything from blah, blah, blah. Israel is supposed to be the most moral army on earth. What a fucking joke that is. They are evil. The shit that they do is fucking evil.
Israel does? They send page messages and they send texts to every cell phone in Gaza, and they say, we're going to hit this particular target.
Hey, perfect. Fantastic. Tell people you're going to bomb them before you bomb them. That's great. That's standard practice in war. That doesn't make you moral. That you're still fucking bombing children.
Target. They drop leaflets and they announce where they're going to hit. Nobody does that.
But complete bullshit. Of course they do. They did this in Nagasaki and Hiroshima before they dropped the bombs. They dropped leaflets that warned people, something like, your government is leading you to destruction or whatever.
U.S. doesn't do that.
Yes, they do.
Israel does that in order to prevent, let me finish this. They do this in order to prevent civilian casualties. What Hamas does, they say, oh, this is the target. And by gunpoint, they push people into those various places. And then when people get killed, they say, look, Israel just slaughtered these people, even though it was Hamas who moved them into harm's.
Complete nonsense. They've killed a horrifying number of people. You know, before October 7th, there were about 2.2 million people in Gaza. There were 2.2 million Palestinians, give or take. And not too long ago, Trump and Netanyahu said there are now about 1.7 million. You find it. Wait 1 second. Here we go.
How many people are you thinking about?
All of them. I mean, we're talking about probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day.
There used to be over 2 million. So they killed 500,000 people, according to Donald Trump. That's fucking horrifying right there.
Way, knowing that it was going to put them in a place of danger and death and destruction. And they do that because they don't care. You say you care about life. I care about life.
It's interesting
Tucker,
that
they don't care about life.
I'm not saying that
They
Hamas does. You're never going to get me to defend Hamas. I'm
Good.
I'm anti-Hamas.
You've said that 3 times, and I believe it.
Well, it's because your position is to attack Hamas. You're pretending like Tucker is defending Hamas. This is not about Hamas. This is about Israel and what Israel is doing.
Or dig at the United States is very revealing.
Why is it revealing?
Because your priorities are very clear.
No.
Yes, they are.
No.
So that's very fascinating and totally fair. He said the United States doesn't even warn people ahead of time. They do, actually. That's like part of international warfare or whatever. But it was interesting that he said that, like, the U.S. doesn't even do it because his priorities really are very clear, aren't they?
Yes,
No,
they
no.
are. And as an American, permit me a moment
Okay.
of outrage, because I said many civilians have been killed.
Yeah.
And you said, right in the middle of your elaborate defense of the IDF's killing of civilians, including children, you said they do a better job than the United States does. That's my country and my government,
It's
which
my
I
country.
consider.
What flag am I wearing here?
Well, I'm asking, why is it
What flag
so-
am I wearing?
Well, that's, of course, my flag as well.
And it's
a
my
US
flag. It's who I serve.
So why the dig at the United States in the
It's
middle?
not a dig
It
at
was.
them. No. You've totally misrepresented.
Dude, he realized he just dug himself a hole here from which he can't crawl out. I love it.
What did you mean by that?
I did not take a dig at the U.S. What I'm saying
You said
is,
the IDF is more humane than the U.S.
I'm saying
military. Do you
No,
believe
I'm
that?
not. I'm just saying that Israel takes steps that we don't take, and no other country that I'm aware of takes
That's a complete lie. That's a fabricated bullshit lie.
to try to prevent. Because no matter what Israel does, they're going to get accused of genocide.
That may be right, and
I'm just telling you that they.
But then let me ask you on that question.
Okay.
That's such a politically loaded.
But I
term.
resent the idea that you think that I'm not loyal to the U.S.
Well, you
or that I
just said.
somehow.
Look, I'm not saying you're not loyal. I'm merely noting what you just said, which was that the IDF takes greater pains than the U.S. Our military does to spare civilian lives. And I guess my question is, when was the last time the U.S. military killed this many civilians? Do you know?
Iraq.
Well, it could have
About 1 million people died in Iraq. It's not even close currently.
been Nagasaki,
No, it was Iraq.
Hiroshima. Could have been Iraq, Afghanistan. We don't know the full number.
And I think most Christians would say all of those things were atrocities because innocents were killed in large numbers, and we don't believe in that. And so that's not really a defense, is it?
War is a horrible thing, Tucker, and there are
Dude, I love that he just got Mike Huckabee to compare what Israel is doing to Nagasaki, to Iraq, to whatever. That's a fascinating strategy that he used just now. That is really interesting.
people who end up, unfortunately, being killed that shouldn't have been. I would tell you that I wish that none of those people in Gaza had been killed after October the 8th. Well, I say not none of them. I'm glad Mohammed Sinwar was killed. I'm glad that some of those warriors, the people who masterminded and carried out the atrocities of October 7th,
14-year-old Hamas operatives, how do you feel about their deaths?
if they participated in that, then God help them. I'm telling you,
What does
Tucker,
that mean, God
I
help
don't
them?
know
Are
that
you
they
happy
were
that-
14 years. No, but I'm telling you that when someone commits the acts of atrocity and then they hold hostages, if these were your children being held hostage in Gaza, what would you do to get them out?
I wouldn't want to kill 14-year-olds, I'll tell you that.
Let me ask you something. Would you
Majority of the time, you don't need to kill anybody. You can find other ways to do this that don't involve murdering people. Like, you can do hostage swaps, you can do stealth operations. Sometimes killing people is unavoidable, I guess. But, yeah.
do whatever it took to get your kids back if they were being tortured, raped,
I
starved,
would
and
not
beaten?
kill children, period.
Well, I'm just telling you.
And I
that
would
you
never make
do-
excuses for killing
but you
children
wouldn't-
either.
And I'm not talking about targeting children. I'm talking
You
about
told me that 14-year-olds deserve to die because they were working for Hamas.
I'm telling
And
you-
my question is, can you hear yourself?
I do hear myself.
So do you think a 14-year-old child has agency? Do you think that he deserves to die because he's being used by adults? Isn't his death a crushing
If
tragedy?
he's holding a gun and he's pointing it at someone who's trying to save a hostage, and the only way to save that hostage, I'm telling you, war is a horrible thing.
That is so interesting. This whole thing is so interesting. The way that Tucker is coming at him.
It's a horrible thing, and a lot of innocent
I think I'm the
people
one
die,
who thinks war is a
and
horrible thing.
No. I think what you don't
I'm
understand.
trying to explain how horrible it is, and you're saying that the 14-year-old deserved to die. We don't execute 14-year-olds.
You're putting
in our
words in
country.
my mouth that I did
I don't
not
know
put.
what you're saying.
I
You
never
said-
said deserve to die.
Okay.
I say there are people who die that is unfortunate.
Okay.
But I'm saying that you are
I think he basically did say the kid deserved to die, didn't he, just now?
not giving Israel credit for having done everything they possibly could To a
They don't. Israel fucking murders children on a regular basis. I don't want to hear it.
level that, quite frankly, in urban warfare, there has never been a war
I don't mean
that
to
has been
criticize
documented.
Israel, but it's a foreign country, and I would much rather criticize a foreign country than my own.
Feel free to do that. They can
But
handle
you
it.
pivoted against our country
No,
by
I
saying
didn't
Israel's
pivot
done a
against
better
it.
job than our military
No,
has.
I simply gave you the illustration, and I helped you understand that Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war.
That's complete bullshit, though. That whole thing is a fucking made-up lie.
And yet, Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't know.
Okay, let's find out if we can find some information on that here. Hang on. What was it he said just now? Israel with fewer deaths. Killing fewer. Let's see if I can. Give me a second. My internet's going a little bit slow today. I'm sorry, hang on. I'm trying. No, this is not true. This is completely made up. The claim is that Israel kills fewer or has killed fewer civilians proportionally than any other urban war on record. The evidence does not support this. It's completely fabricated.
Know how many civilian deaths there were, so how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's numbers,
you said you
it would
don't know
still
what the
be.
numbers are.
We don't.
You just told me that. Then
But
how
I'm
can you
saying
say
if
it's a
you
lower
took-
number?
But if you took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 24, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you
I think
took
the
all of their
numbers
numbers,
range from 120
No.
to 78. Those are the ones I just read. I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm
those
asking you. You're
Yeah,
the
and I'm
US
telling you,
ambassador.
those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come
Most
from?
From the Gaza Health Ministry,
But
which
you
is
said those were
Hamas.
invalid numbers.
I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying let's
You're
just
saying
assume
they're inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's
No, I'm
doing
saying
a great job?
let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas,
Yes.
let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history.
That's not true at all. That's a complete lie. That whole thing was a fucking lie. All of it. Like, everything that he just said was fabricated, and it's fucking vile that he would make that shit up.
Fact.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
No, it's not.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq,
Where in
Afghanistan.
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul,
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years
In Kabul? I don't think.
throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what?
Well, let me find out. I'm sorry. Let's see. There were long-term urban warfare. Dude, I'm having no end of trouble with my internet today. It's crazy. No, that's false. There were not long-term pitched urban warfare battles in Kabul. The fall of Kabul was rapid. The Taliban entered Kabul on August 15th, 2021, following a rapid nationwide offensive and captured the city with little to no resistance. However, hang on, we're talking in the mid-2000s, right? No, that's false too. 2004 to 2006, while the Taliban insurgency began to reassert itself in 05-06 with suicide bombings and IEDs, these attacks took place within an urban environment, but did not constitute pitched battles or prolonged street-by-street fighting to seize control of the capital. So, no, made up.
So what were those rates?
You're talking about what are the rates there? The number of people who were killed into the tens of thousands. I'm asking you to.
I don't know the answer. I've never heard of any of this. You brought it up. You said
it's completely made up. I love it, dude. Hang on, let me put a marker in here, and I just modified Briefcase, my program here. So let me just run it. I should have a time code and a HUD zoom on the program now, so we should be good. Vietnam is a good point. It's one-sided. People are just trying to live their lives. Yes, it's not like there is no quote-unquote war. It is a full-blown genocide, as ruled by the ICC, I believe. Homeboy will say anything to make Israel look moral. Yeah, it's insane. Absolutely wild. 1 second. My program's building. Okay. I built it, but it didn't actually build in the thing that I wanted, unfortunately. That's annoying. I'll fix it later.
the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history. I'd never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well,
would you agree that
the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas continued to force this war?
Hold on. You just once again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never.
In Iraq, they may have actually. Like I said, about 1 million people died in Iraq. Civilians, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a lot of fucking people, dude. Oh my God. So you're kind of splitting hairs here. The point is that what Israel is doing is fucking evil, though, at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Heard that before. And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary efforts to keep the number of
numbers, do you?
I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Damn, that's a sick burn. You don't know the numbers, do you? The answer is, of course, no, he doesn't.
You brought it up. That's the only reason I'm pushing you.
But I'm wearing a flag. I work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and that I'm criticizing my own country, and I'm not.
They did a better job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in a...
Like, they claim that Israel is the most moral army. They're not at all. They're fucking evil. And it was a subtle claim. It was a subtle thing that could have been overlooked if you weren't looking for it in the first place. But Huckabee most definitely took a dig at the U.S. Army by claiming that they're not as moral as the Israeli army.
Afghanistan and Iraq. Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying that?
From the conversations that I've had with the people who fought there. And I don't have the exact numbers for you, But what I'm trying to help you to understand, and I don't think you're willing to go there, is that there was no desire to kill people indiscriminately in Gaza. I don't think there was any desire to kill people indiscriminately in Iraq, Afghanistan, or for that matter,
let me
anywhere.
just say, I think, and I know a bunch of people who serve in the IDF, and I don't believe your average IDF soldier wants to kill innocents. I just want to be really clear about that. I don't think most soldiers want to do that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them in our country, in Israel, wind up doing that because that's what war is about, and it really hurts them. And I know people who've done it personally, know them really well, and it like wrecks their lives. So, but I don't think your average soldier wants that in this country or any other. The leadership is a different question, and I want to refer you very specifically to a number of speeches the Prime Minister, your friend Benjamin Netanyahu, gave in the aftermath of October 7th, including one in November of that year, when he referred to Amalek. Now, Amalek is a reference, a biblical reference, so of course you'll be very familiar with that. The Amalekites were a tribe described throughout the Bible, particularly in 1 Samuel.
They were a group that God ordered the genocide of, I believe. God told people to genocide them.
That obstructed the Jews as they fled Egypt. And God tells Samuel to give the instructions to Saul to kill the Amalekites. And he says, and I'm sure you remember this is in 1 Samuel 15, of course, I know you know it. He says, kill the men, kill the women, kill the children, kill the infants, kill the donkeys, kill the camels, kill everything. And Saul spares the king and he spares the animals. And for that, he is punished by God. That is genocide. God is calling for genocide of the Amalekites, of Amalek. And the Prime Minister of Israel, at least once, I believe on other occasions, described the Palestinians in Gaza as Amalek. That's calling for genocide. And you know that.
I totally disagree.
Tell me then what it means.
Because to say that Israel was attempting to commit genocide, first of all, that's...
Well, whether they were attempting it or whatever is completely irrelevant. They were describing what they were doing as genocide. They said they wanted to commit genocide by saying that they're the Amalekites, or they're like the Amalekites. By describing them that way, they're saying that they are ready to commit genocide on them.
That's simply not true.
I'm saying, what is the Prime Minister talking about? Why would he refer to the Palestinians as Amalek? What is Amalek?
You would have to ask him. I don't know. I know what Amalek is. I do understand 1 Samuel 16. I guess
suddenly you're the dumbest motherfucker alive, and you have no fucking clue what anybody means about any single thing. Suddenly you're just like the most innocent person, completely unqualified to be the US ambassador, because you're just dumb as dog shit and completely in the dark about every single thing. But when it's convenient, suddenly you know what you're doing and you're talking about.
Get all
15.
that.
1 Samuel 15.
But
and
I do understand.
And it's widely known. So if you say our enemy is Amalek and we are proceeding on the basis of God's commands to us, you are calling for genocide. Tell me how I'm missing something.
Because if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they could have done it in 2.5 hours.
We can debate what's happened in Gaza. I'm asking
hours.
you why the leader of this country...
Ask him.
Ask him. You're the US Ambassador, Jagoff. Hang on, let me put a marker in again. Current position. And I'm going to try to pull this up again. 1 second here. I'm rebuilding my program. Briefcase. Okay, here we go. Got it. Yes. Wait. Yes. Okay, now I've got timestamps. Perfect. That's what I was looking for.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know.
Does that bother you at all?
People, I don't know what he meant. I don't know if it was an illustrative metaphor. I think what
A metaphor? Fucking please.
he was saying was that we're not going to let anything keep us from getting our hostages back, their sons and their daughters who are being brutalized, raped, tortured, starved, beaten.
Come on, Mr. Mess.
No, I think
there are many examples of justice in the Bible, but there are
Israel
very
gets
few.
accused of genocide regularly.
I'm not accusing Israel of anything. I'm saying that the prime minister of Israel
Use the term that means genocide, yes.
described the
Do
Palestinians
you think he
as Amalek.
attempted to do genocide?
I'm asking why, of all the references in the Bible, and there are many to justice and there are many to reconciliation, that is a reference to genocide, as you know, killing every man, woman, child, and infant, I'm quoting, and their animals, wiping them from the earth. And when they don't do that, they're punished. When you say that at the outset of a war, and then you wind up with massive civilian casualties, maybe not as big as they were in Iraq, then I have to ask you, what is that? And is that kind of thinking consistent with Western values and with Christianity? Do we as Christians believe it's okay to kill people's children?
No, we don't. And neither do the Israelis, because they didn't go after their children.
That's not true. That's just a fabricated, blatant, false lie. Obviously.
If they'd have wanted to kill all their children, Tucker, they've got the military capacity. They could have done it in less than a day.
I've heard you say that.
I know.
I mean, I guess
So
they could
have
nuke
done
them.
it.
Okay, but
Why didn't they? Why didn't they?
I think there are a lot of decent people in Israel who don't want that. But I'm talking.
Do you think that the prime minister wanted to wipe out every single person in Gaza? Do you
I'm
really
asking
think that?
you what you think is the U.S. representative of our government.
I don't think
this.
that that's what he wanted to do.
Did
because
you ask
he
him?
could've-
Why are you
I
referring?
never had to ask him that.
Why?
Because I never saw any evidence that Israel tried to wipe out every single person.
Okay. To be a genocide, you don't have to wipe out every single person. Part of being a genocide is that you're trying to take out some select group of people, whether it's a genocide or not, and you're doing it indiscriminately. And that's what's happening, including non-combatants specifically, I mean. And that's what's happening.
Just gave you examples
But
that
it's
they
not-
tried to save civilian lives.
But I'm not.
And
by,
they
by the
didn't.
way, I'm not. As I've said, and I mean this. I think most soldiers in most armies, including the Israel Defense Force, don't want to kill civilians. I just don't believe that. I think there are some lunatics.
Can
who
I
do.
ask you something?
Yes.
You platformed a guy. You had him on your show, Tony Aguilar.
Uh-oh, he's turning it on him. This is one of the tactics. When you're on the defensive, flip it so that you're on the offense. Now he's going to start questioning Tucker about somebody.
Don't platform anyone. I
Well,
interview people.
you interviewed.
Not a liberal,
Tony
so I don't
Aguilar.
platform people.
Okay, you interviewed Tony
Yeah.
Aguilar, who claimed that IDF soldiers killed a little boy in his presence.
Uh-huh.
That didn't happen.
Okay.
It did not happen.
I don't
And here's-
know.
Let me
I
give you
don't
the
know
story.
if you know whether it happened or not.
Well, I
mean,
can tell
he
you why
was-
I know it didn't happen.
Okay.
Because we found that little boy less than a week later.
All right.
I was involved, heavily involved, in helping to extricate him from Gaza. 4 different countries were involved in getting he and his mother to safety, get them out of there. Tony Aguilar.
I don't know who this is, but I can tell you this. I don't trust a word out of either of these people's mouths. They're both fucking nutcases.
Is a liar.
Okay.
Tony Aguilar claimed that he saw an IDF soldier shoot the little boy. He was fired from the
Right.
GHF for cause, and he begged for his job back, and they wouldn't give it back because they didn't want him. And he told them that if they didn't give his job back, that he would burn them down.
Okay.
So he goes out. No, let me finish this
Okay,
because
no,
it's
I've-
important for you to
okay.
understand.
Right.
So this guy then goes out and makes up this story that he witnessed IDF soldiers shooting a little boy.
I don't know that he made it up. He seemed to believe it to me. It's possible he's wrong. I've been wrong many times.
Well, this is a little bit more than just missing a fact. He claimed to be an eyewitness to the murder of a little boy.
Okay.
A little boy that a week later we found.
And you're sure it's the same little boy?
We're absolutely
How
certain.
do you know that?
Because we have pictures of him. We had descriptions of him. We know his name. We know his mother.
Okay.
He was extricated out of Gaza. It was a very delicate situation to get him out, because if Hamas had found out that he was still alive, they would have killed him in order to validate Aguilar's story.
I bet. Yeah, totally. I don't know what he's referring to specifically, but both these people are liars, like I said.
How do you know that?
So he gets out.
How do you know Hamas would have killed him?
Why wouldn't they? Wouldn't they have
Well, he's just making it up. Why wouldn't they?
wanted to kill him? Because that way they could have said that this story was true.
Look,
that Aguilar. I'm just telling you that
what
this
you're
kid
saying is true, and I have
today.
no basis of knowing.
Yeah.
I'm really glad, because I don't
Good.
want little kids to get killed, even 14-year-olds. Okay.
You shouldn't want anyone to
But
get
let
killed.
me ask you: is it true? He also made the claim, and he had audio of it and video too, that U.S. contractors were using live ammunition to disperse crowds, and he had video of that. Do you know did he make up that video?
There were times, here's what happened. Crowds would come toward the sites. They were given verbal warnings, and then
So yes, live ammunition on crowds. Okay, got it. That's all you needed to say. Thank you.
they were given additional verbal warnings, and shots were fired.
Bro, I don't give a fuck how many verbal warnings people were given. You don't open fire on protesters, okay? What the fuck is wrong with him that he would defend this shit? You know what's wrong with him? Christian Zionism. That's what. This is what it does to your brain.
Either in the air, sometimes in the ground. And if they continue to come and threaten, there were times when there were people who were engaged in firefights. That happened.
Oh, they were armed?
Sometimes they were.
They were. Do you know of specific instances where they were armed?
I can probably get you some specific information about that.
I think I know the answer to that. I don't think there's any evidence at all that they were
But
armed.
I also know that
Are you okay with using live ammunition at aid distribution sites for families, women, and
Well,
children?
very rarely did this happen near.
How about
I don't give a fuck if it's rare or not. Are you hearing this shit? How about never? How about you don't use live ammunition at aid distribution sites or on protesters or whatever? How about that? Maybe try that.
at all? Are you okay with that?
No. I'll tell you what I'm not
seem like
okay
you're
with.
okay
No. I think you are so trying to put words in my mouth.
I'm
That's
not. You
that's
said that they
very-
were firing back, but then there's no evidence that they were.
On a Sunday afternoon, I can remember when there was widespread reports on BBC, CNN, and the New York Times, and they said that 27 people were killed at a feeding site. We had video extensively over that site. Not one single person, not only were they not shot, nobody was shot at. There was not one bit of violence that
I
happened.
don't know what specific thing he's talking about, but they do fire at aid distribution sites all the time. As a matter of fact, this is a pretty tall claim. So I had to look it up to make sure that this is real. Because holy shit, if this is real, it's fucking insane. It's real, it turns out. I did look this up and found out that the IDF, going back decades, but even recently in the past couple of years, this has been validated again. The IDF shoots at different body parts on different days. There's a doctor who just a couple of years ago validated this even further. A Doctor Without Borders. By the way, let's get those doctors some borders, right? Doctors Without Borders. This shouldn't exist. These poor doctors. Anyway, these Doctors Without Borders go over there and testify to the fact that children show up to their medical tents and whatever, their medical facilities. One day they will all have missing arms. The next day they'll all have missing legs. The next day they will be shot in the testicles. The IDF basically trades off different days or different weeks, aiming at different body parts of children. That's real. That really does happen. The most moral army in the world. Give me a fucking break. They're all evil scumbags. Every last one of them. What the fuck is wrong with them?
At that feeding site.
Are you trying to
but
get
that
me
was-
to defend BBC? I'm not going to do that. It's like
hope
defending Hamas. I agree with you. I don't believe anything I see in the media. It's just that it's really simple. If people are using, and these were American contractors, by the way, these are not Israelis that I'm aware of. American contractors run by some crypto minister or something was running the group. If they're using live ammunition at an aid distribution site, that strikes me as totally unacceptable.
They were not firing.
Does it seem acceptable to you?
That's just a lie. They do that all the time.
They were not firing at crowds.
People got killed. There's a way to.
Some of those people got killed because Hamas were trying to keep them from getting to the.
Hamas! Oh, it's Hamas! Hamas! Just keep screaming Hamas. Scream it louder, Mike. Maybe people believe it if you scream it even louder.
Aid distribution sites because Hamas was controlling the food. Hamas made $500 million selling the food that was supposed to be given away for free.
Defend Hamas.
And what they were trying to do is to keep people from going to the sites where they were getting food for free. When we set GHF up,
Hamas
the
bad,
first thing that
BBC
happened,
bad.
I know,
Agreed.
but I'm telling you, the first thing that people said was, wow, this is the first time we've had food that we got for free.
Is it
Because they
okay
had
to
buy
shoot
it.
unarmed people?
This is complete bullshit. Hamas is not stealing the food aid and then like distributing it among themselves. That's fabricated also, as far as I can tell.
Just told you it wasn't.
That's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Of course it's awful.
Are all lives equal, do you think?
Of course they are.
So the death of a Palestinian is every bit as important and significant as the death of Israel?
Why wouldn't it be? Of course it is.
I don't know.
Of course it is. There's no such thing as a human soul that God made that is less valuable than another. I'm pro-life.
Me too.
So I believe that every life has intrinsic worth and value.
He is not pro-life. He is pro-death penalty. Right there should be enough to tell you that he's not pro-life. And he also defended killing 14-year-old children earlier. That's not pro-life.
No such thing as a worthless or a completely disposable life. That's what makes me pro-life.
Or a completely disposable life? Is that what he just said? No such thing as a worthless or completely disposable life? Why'd you add that qualifier in there, Mike?
I'm pro-life.
Me too.
So I believe that every life has intrinsic worth and value. There's no such thing as a worthless or a completely disposable life. That's what makes me pro-life, Tucker.
I totally agree.
And I believe that from the conception until the end of natural life.
That's why I would never say when confronted with the death of children, war is terrible, because it minimizes the deaths of those children. It's awful. And
I don't think it minimizes. I think it is outrageous. It's a terrible thing. I wish we never had war. Why do we have war?
Because Israel is being imperialistic, obviously, and trying to take the entire region, clearly.
We're about to have one with Iran, it looks like. How many Americans do you think will die in that war?
I hope none. None died last year when we participated in the 12-day war. Not one. You said 20,000 would die, and they didn't.
I said could, and they could have. And
But
they
didn't.
could die now, and that's a real risk.
How many boots on the ground do you think the U.S. has supplied for Israel over the course of its life? How many times have we put soldiers on the ground for Israel?
Well, we had the Iraq War, which was for Israel.
No, it wasn't for Israel.
Well, the Iran war is certainly for Israel, absolutely. A lot of the stuff we do in the Middle East is on behalf of Israel. In fact, 9/11 was because of Israel. I don't know if you guys knew that, but Osama bin Laden basically ran into the Twin Towers as retribution for the United States protecting Israel and hurting the Palestinians. That was the reason why. That's the reason he cited. He wrote a letter to America that I read on air a while back. The whole thing was on behalf of Israel and because of Israel. It's all, it all goes back to Israel specifically. So pretty much all of the actions taken in the Middle East are because of Israel.
How was it for us?
Well, because it was a retribution against 9/11. Now, was it the
And what was 9/11 for?
best idea?
Was
It was
Iraq
not for-
involved in 9/11?
Our government thought so.
Why are 9/11 documents still classified?
Oh, that's funny, dude. I love that.
I have no idea.
Should they be unclassified?
I think so.
All of them, right?
I have no problem with that.
Me too.
I like transparency. I like sunlight.
I do.
I do.
Too. I hope you'll call for
I
that.
like free press. I like free speech.
I totally agree.
I like all of that.
But if there was no I've never seen, I'm open to anything, but I've never seen any connection between the government of Saddam Hussein, the secular Ba'athist government of Saddam Hussein, and the terror attacks of 9/11.
I don't know that there were. I don't know.
There were not any connections between Saddam Hussein and 9/11. Those connections are absent. They do not exist. They never did.
Right. So
I'm not sure, but I don't know how.
So why did we
why was
spend-
that Israel's fault?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu, now prime minister, of course, exerted lots of pressure openly on the U.S. government to regime change the Saddam government. I was there. It was in Washington. And they complied. I don't think there's any way to read it.
Do you think Israel leads the U.S. and pushes them and tells them what to do?
In a lot of ways, absolutely, yes. I don't think they tell them what to do exactly, but yeah, they absolutely push them into things and kind of, yeah, I don't know, encourage them in certain directions, yes.
Well, not on everything, of course.
Do you think,
let me be specific.
Okay.
I think the Israeli government strongly pushed the United States to take out Saddam Hussein. There's no question about that. I think the Israeli government right now, on Bibi Netanyahu, who's been in the White House 7 times in 1 year, pushing for regime change in Iran. I think they're on the verge of convincing this administration to affect regime change in Iran.
You think the president is weak and is being pushed?
I'm not saying that. I know. Well, I know the president's being pushed. Why do you think a foreign leader was in the White House 7 times in 1 year? Are you okay with that? That's a lot.
Israel is not just a friend or an ally. It is a real partner. We have an incredible relationship with Israel in intelligence and in military, in culture, in values. To
not really
be shocked that the Israeli prime minister would have that many meetings. It's a lot. But I want to ask you the question. Do you think President Trump is weak enough to let Bibi Netanyahu push him into...
He's putting him on the defensive now. He's flipping it. He's trying to make Tucker defend a position that he did not take.
Something that he doesn't want to do.
I don't. Look, I think, and I don't know, of course, the answer to every question, including this one, but I think that President Trump really doesn't like nuclear proliferation, and I don't think he wants Iran to have a bomb. I think he really sincerely means that.
I hope you don't want them to have a bomb.
Want them to have a bomb? I don't want anyone to have a bomb, including Israel. I don't know why we're okay with Israel having nuclear weapons. I'm not.
It's never actually been established that they do, I believe. And it's really interesting to me that Tucker is kind of claiming here that they do have a nuclear weapon, right? Is that crazy?
I'm not okay with Pakistan having them. I'm not okay with Saudi having them. Israel's nuclear weapons were created, of course, with nuclear material stolen from the United States, from a nuclear plant in Pennsylvania, as I know you know. I'm opposed to all of it. I don't like nuclear weapons. It's mass murder, as far as I'm concerned. So, no, I don't want Iran to have a bomb, obviously. The question is, what are the potential costs? And you have to factor that into any decision. And
what are the costs if they were to get a nuclear bomb? They've said for 47 years.
Well, here's the thing with Iran and attacking them, nuclear weapons, all that shit. Nobody wants them to have a bomb. And that would be the only reason we would go to war. However, we had a deal with Iran. The deal was they would not build a nuclear weapon, and we would unfreeze their money and lift sanctions. That was the deal. And they opened their facilities to UN inspectors. They passed all inspections. They were following the rules. They were doing everything they were supposed to do. And then Donald Trump ripped up the nuclear agreement, and they started working toward a bomb again. The reason that Iran is anywhere close to having a bomb is because we had a diplomatic solution to them not having a bomb, and Trump destroyed that. When diplomacy failed because of Donald Trump, war became an inevitability. It is absolutely going to happen now at some point. Either Trump gets out and we go back to diplomacy. I don't know why Iran would agree to diplomacy at this point. Either that happens, or they work toward nuclear proliferation and we have to work with a nuclear Iran. One or the other. That is Donald Trump's fault. In fact, that's the Republicans' fault. That's Ted Cruz's fault. Those people have been working toward it, the Republicans, for years. The Iran nuclear agreement was an incredible accomplishment. And it was completely destroyed. All that hard work, all that groundwork, all that foundation. that John Kerry put in, because he was the one that agreed to this whole thing with them. It was destroyed by the Republicans. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Republicans are a terrorist organization and need to be dissolved at this point. They don't love America. They don't have the best interests of America in mind, the leadership, I mean. And I don't believe in dissolving political parties. I think that's a bad thing, but it needs to be rebuilt as something other than what it is. They need to go back to what they were in the 1950s or something, where it was like about tax policy or whatever and traditional values. It's not a legitimate party anymore, and it's absolutely unacceptable what they're doing, what they're saying, what they've been saying. It needs to dissolve.
Death to America.
Well, I don't think
they target us.
I don't think
they've targeted President Trump specifically.
No, they have not. It's complete nonsense.
Yeah, I mean,
they've hired a person to assassinate him.
Iran, BBC, and Hamas not defending him.
Good.
All I'm saying
we're in agreement on that.
Our country is not thriving, and we're spending tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars over time defending Israel and helping it prosecute all.
You know where that money goes?
Goes to a lot of places.
Oh, but let's talk about that a minute. $3.8 billion a year. That money goes right back to the U.S. to purchase weapon systems. For example, every round of ammo that the IDF shoots is manufactured just outside where I live in Little Rock, Arkansas.
You already convinced me. Stop. I don't want any more money being sent to Israel. Yes, you don't have to try any harder.
The components, a lot of them for the Iron Dome and the Arrow 3 missile defense systems are manufactured near Camden, Arkansas.
Which needs it, by the way. Camden's economically depressed.
You know the area.
I do.
And there are thousands and thousands of American jobs, and there are billions and billions of dollars of expenditures that Israel makes in the U.S. and buys the things that we try to sell.
I know how defense contracting works. I'm from Washington.
Okay.
No, I know this. I guess what I'm saying is America's not thriving at all. And
you think it's Israel's fault?
I don't think it's Israel's
fault. Okay, well, good.
No,
because I think
I just think that what we're doing isn't working at all. And America's not rich.
I think the president is doing some amazing things to get us back on track.
I'm not attacking Trump.
Okay.
I'm merely saying that over, say, the last 20 years, America's not gotten richer or freer at all. And I come to Israel and the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came here 53 years ago.
It's great.
It did not look like that.
Great.
Oh my God. This is part of the Zionist claim. The claim is that the land will not flourish or be successful unless the Jews live there. And if there's grass in Israel and Jews live there, then it's a validation of their religious belief that the Jews deserve to have an ethno-state in the Middle East.
It looks a lot nicer than our country, and it has higher standard of living. It has nicer roads than the United States. And so it's like, okay, why are we sending all this money to a country that has a higher standard of living than ours?
I don't know that they have a higher standard of living.
They do, actually. They have free health care. They also have free abortion. Are you okay with that?
I personally don't like that.
Why would we be subsidizing? Why would we send any
We're
money?
not.
Why would we send any money to a country that provides free abortion?
Because the money that we send does not pay for health care. It does not pay for abortion. It pays for military things.
It's like if they don't spend it on this, they'll spend it on that.
But they do spend it on that, and then we get many more times back in the return on the investment when
why
we
don't
get
we
the
say
research
we're not
and
sending you
development.
any more money as long as you have free abortion?
Well, that would be a policy decision.
I would be for that.
Yeah, no fucking shit. It would be a policy decision. Really? It would?
I would be okay with it because I hate abortion. I think it's horrible.
How much do you hate it?
I hate it a lot.
Why are we sending them money if they're paying for free
because
abortion?
they're not paying for abortions with the money. And because we, in turn, get billions of dollars. The return on investment is estimated somewhere between 400 and 1,200%.
I've heard these numbers. I just live there, and I know, and I'm, by the way, I'm for American manufacturing. the defense industry is totally corrupt and seedy, as you know. However, I like to see American companies thrive. Like, it's complicated. I'm not an extremist or an absolutist on really anything other than...
Oh, please. Tucker says, I'm not an extremist or an absolutist on anything. Okay. God from Fault, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I appreciate that. For 2 gift subs. That is awesome. Also, Alpha Mariox, 5 stream streak. That is awesome. Kitty Mom has a 35 stream streak. That is crazy. Dr. Hayes, 35 stream streak. That's awesome. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate that.
Abortion. However, net, as we say, our country's not really thriving. And we're also totally broke.
But why is that the case? Is it because we've done a lousy job controlling our borders, a lousy job of controlling our economy? It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
But we own that. I think President Trump is doing remarkable things to turn it around. I cannot imagine any president.
Trump.
He keeps trying to turn this around, turn it into an anti-Trump thing, because he knows that that's going to hurt Tucker, or he thinks that'll hurt Tucker.
No, but if you're saying the country is in trouble, let's
saying we're out of money. Actually,
let's give credit to what the president is doing to get us out of debt, because I think that what
Donald Trump has put us in more debt than any other U.S. president in U.S. history.
He's doing economically.
I'm not supporting Hamas, and I'm not attacking Trump.
Okay.
Just with those baseline agreements. It's also true that, like, our debt is not sustainable. And so given that, like, what do you think it will cost? What did it cost to move the fleet off Iran into the Persian Gulf?
A lot less than it would.
I don't know if you heard this, but there's a full-blown fleet in Iran right now, or near Iran right now. It's insane.
To move the fleet off Iran into the Persian Gulf.
A lot less than it would to bury a lot of Americans if they ever got a long-range ballistic missile.
Give it a fucking rest. If you really cared about Iran getting ballistic missiles, you would have stayed you would have tried to stay in the Iran nuclear agreement. He was one of the people screaming about getting out of it because he wants war with Iran, obviously.
A lot less.
Yeah,
Tucker, I want you to understand that when Iran has told us for 47 years they're going to kill us, do you think they would do it if they had the capacity militarily?
What would happen if Iran took out any of the energy facilities in the Gulf, or took out a bunch of them?
Which they said they're going to do if the U.S. attacks.
Happen to the United States economy, do you think?
Well, our economy probably would survive because we have energy independence thanks to President Trump.
Who would survive?
Our economy is based on our own
markets?
Energy.
What do you think?
It would be a terrible thing to happen globally. It's why Iran is a global threat. It's why Iran...
You're the one causing the fucking threat. They're not going to do anything if you don't encourage... Trump to go in the first fucking place. He is so full of shit. Every word out of his mouth.
Through its proxies, Tucker, this is another thing.
They're not blowing up energy infrastructure right now, but if we try to regime change them, they have said that they will. I don't know if they will or not.
I don't either.
Is that a risk that...
But they have their own problems to defend if they try to do that and they lose their own energy capacity.
You worried about... So if they took out... And I don't know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we're not supposed to think about worst case because that makes us pro-Islamic or something. But I'm an American and I don't want a depression in our country. It's too fractured and unstable right now. I don't think we want that at all. Okay.
None of us want that.
It's fractured and unstable? What do you mean? Donald Trump has been the president for a full year now. And before that, he was president previously. How could you say it's fractured and unstable? Why would you say such a thing?
None of us want it.
Not right now, we don't. Not at all.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it next year, next week, 10 years from now.
Especially now, all these states are basically in a state of insurrection against the federal government. They're not enforcing the most basic law of the land, which is immigration.
And thank goodness President Trump is pushing back, and he's
I agree. I'm just saying,
seeking to force
if all of a sudden
compliance,
markets just tanked and gas tripled or whatever, and you had, like a severe recession or something worse. That's a massive cost. And I don't see anybody factoring in that possibility. Iran has said it will do it. You've said 10 times they're evil. Okay, I believe you. Then why wouldn't they take out the Qatari gas fields they share with Qatar, or refining, petrochemicals, extraction in any of the Gulf countries. That would cripple us.
Are
you worried about that?
Energy-wise, again, we have independence.
We really don't have energy independence. We buy oil from other places in the world. Last I checked, these numbers are certainly out of date now. I think we were using 16 billion barrels a year, and we have to, I'm sorry, we're using 19, we're selling 16, mostly from Texas and Alaska. We have to buy billions of barrels of oil every year. We're not energy independent. They can say that all they want. It's not true.
Because President Trump put measures in place that gave us the capacity.
Do we set international energy prices in the United States?
In some ways we do, because
no, we don't.
Our own market and our own production has a whole lot to do with what those world costs are going to be.
If you took Saudi energy production or Qatari energy production or Emirati energy production offline.
That is making an assumption that if there were regime change, that they would be more effective at attacking than we would be defending. And that's a pretty
Can we defend the Straits of Hormuz? Can we defend all of that energy infrastructure? Is anyone even asking these questions, or it's all like a Mark Levin episode where like, they're bad?
They are certainly asking the questions.
That's interesting you said Mark Levin, because I believe that dude is Jewish and believes in, like, you know, Israeli whatever to the bitter end, no matter what. Like, absolutely unglued from reality, insane.
It's part of the whole process.
Just saying, I've raised this before, and it's like, shut up, Carlson. You're taking money from the...
Carlson? I love that. That's a great name, Carlson. Yes. Top tier shit. Big fan.
Jihadis. I've never taken a dime from anybody.
Oh, bullshit.
Obviously. I just care about the United States, and it freaks me out, and no one else seems worried about this.
Then, caring about the U.S., you should care about the fact that the proxies of Iran have moved globally. 12 Central and South American countries have Hezbollah deeply embedded. Venezuela, one of the worst. They're in the Western Hemisphere already. Do we know how many...
Where would you rank that on the like list of concerns for the average American, Hezbollah in South America?
I doubt if most Americans think about it. I think about it because I know what they do. I know that if it weren't for Iran, there wouldn't be Hamas, there wouldn't be the Houthis, there wouldn't be Hezbollah.
Houthis? Would there be a blowfish involved?
We wouldn't have the problem on the border with Lebanon. We wouldn't have the problem with Yemen. We wouldn't have the
problem on the border with Lebanon. I'm an American. I'm not having any problems on the border with Lebanon right now. I live in Maine. We don't have problems on the border of Lebanon. Like, what are you even talking about? No offense.
There's 700,000 Americans who live in Israel, for one thing. Does that matter to you?
Well, of course, every American life matters to
Every
me.
life, you say, matters the same, so that should matter.
When they start, my country, like, I'm just saying, like,
shelling civilians. And
I think if Tucker really wanted to make this argument, he would say, every life matters, but there are a finite number of resources, and the lives of my neighbors right now are like a living hell because of affordability and everything else. So I would like to help my neighbors, and then with the extra, we can help everybody else. It's not a zero-sum game exactly. It's just Israel doesn't need or deserve help right now. If it were up to me, I would completely pull all military aid from them, completely, until they agreed to create a federal state where Gaza and the West Bank had equal rights under this federal state. They were one single unit. So Israel is a state, Gaza is a state, the West Bank is a state. They have 20 senators each, and they have, House members in different districts. Say 500 House members total in the different districts. And if you're Palestinian and you live in Israel, you have to live under Israeli law. If you're Israeli and you live in Palestine, like you're a settler, for example, you have to live under Palestinian law. That's how I would build it if it were me.
Civilians get killed and displaced. That should matter to all of us.
But, I mean, there's a genocide going on, like, in all kinds of different countries. There's a lot that's sad and broken about the world. We know that as Christians, Satan rules the world. But our job as like members of a nation state is to look after our community, our
100%.
families, right? So I don't think any of the concerns that you've just raised, which I think are all real, I'm not disputing them at all, are even in like the top 100 for Americans. So how can the U.S. government be spending this much time and money worrying about things that are not on the list of Americans' concerns? Do we have self-government? Does it matter what Americans actually think, or doesn't it?
Of course it does, but it also matters.
How much does it
what
matter?
the threat is to Americans. Do you think there's a threat to Americans because of the proliferation of the proxies in Iran?
Conceivably there is. I'm not pro-Iran.
But beyond conceivably, do you think
the only defense that these people have is to attack somebody on the basis of they're supporting the enemy? Like, if you don't support Israel, their only defense is to claim that they support Iran. If you don't support, what Israel is doing, then you're supporting Hamas. It's absurd. The whole thing is absurd. You can be opposed to both and what both are doing. But when you say Hamas bad, it kind of short circuits the only route of attack that they have, because they want to paint you as a pro-Hamas type of person.
think that they mean it when they say for 47
drug
years?
cartels like in my town, and no one's doing anything about it at all.
You
And
don't
I'm
think
hearing
the
a lot
president's
about
doing anything about that?
No one's doing anything about it at all. Okay, that's a fact. We have a huge country. This is a country the size of New Jersey with no resources. It's just a tiny little country.
Mm-hmm.
We're from a huge continental-sized country that's totally diverse, very, very hard to manage and police, and we have a lot of problems. And I just think if you ask Americans, what do they want to spend their time and money worrying about, fixing, improving? No one's going to mention the border with Lebanon that I know. Do you think?
I doubt they will. But
then
I
why
would
are we
like to
doing
think,
this? Don't their
I would like to
opinions
think that there
matter?
are people that the U.S. government has monitoring what the threats are to Americans long term.
Sure, yeah, I
Do you
agree.
think there's a threat? The question is, when people
We
tell
thought
you
there was
for
a threat from
47
Saddam.
years, well,
Don't you love Tucker's stupid fucking laugh?
I don't know that Saddam ever said he was going to take down America. But
You just
the
said-
Iranian regime has said for 47 years they are.
Well, you just
If they had the capacity of a long-range ballistic missile and nuclear capability, do you think they'd light that puppy up and send it to us?
I don't know. But
I think if they felt threatened, but no, they wouldn't. Like, look at North Korea. If anybody was going to light a puppy up and launch it at America, it would be North Korea. They are, holding back because they know that they are now part of the mutually assured destruction league or whatever. So we can't just go in and attack them all willy-nilly. So no, Iran would not light any puppy up and launch it at America, I don't believe.
But I know,
Well, I know this from sitting here last year, 4 wars that I went through in less than a year. The Iranians rained down ballistic missiles.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, were they nuclear? No, they weren't, obviously.
How much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why
Okay.
Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around. I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction. Because
I thought you just said that
that's
we
direct
vote.
democracy. No, we care deeply about it. But on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic policy based on
We
what
care
the
deeply
latest
about it
poll
in
number
what
is?
sense? If we're ignoring it, then in what sense do we, quote, care deeply about it?
They don't, of course, obviously.
Well, I think we care deeply.
Like the Iraq War, they whipped people into a blood frenzy over the Iraq War. They brought yellow cake uranium to the House floor and held it up and said, "This is what Saddam Hussein has." And it was all made up, like all of it, obviously. They put time into building this propaganda war. they've put zero time into building a propaganda war against Iran. So nobody wants this. Nobody.
Deeply when we see there's a threat.
No, but about Americans' opinions. So you've got 350 million Americans. They vote. They voted in this last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars. Okay, so now we're about to have a war. Looks like 80% of people are against it. In that range, let's say 70%, but nowhere near majority support for this war. And it's not direct democracy, but it is a form of democracy. It's representative democracy.
The ultimate form of democracy in our system, in a republic, because we're not a true democracy, we're a republic.
Exactly.
Oh my God. They have to spread this bullshit line. We aren't a democracy. Even when he's trying to prove that we are a democracy, he still has to go this stupid bullshit line that we aren't a democracy.
Right? It's a mediated democracy.
It'll be an opportunity for Americans to vote if they think that we've made the wrong policy decision.
Oh my God. No, the problem is, okay, so he's saying people voted for Donald Trump and Donald Trump wants war with Iran. So what he says goes. And that's just the end of the conversation.
I personally think the president is making the right policy decision.
But I guess, but you just said it matters deeply what Americans think. And if the overwhelming majority are against it, in what sense does it matter? Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because...
Right, that's what he's saying.
You take it in, you certainly ingest that.
And then what do you do with it once you ingest it?
Then you make sure that you have... No,
you just gotta...
It
goes out the other end, obviously.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Tucker. But you also have information that the average American may not have. They may not know what the threat is. How many Americans know that Hezbollah is in 12 Western Hemisphere countries?
Who gives a fuck? Oh my God. It's all Israeli propaganda with this dude all the way down.
How many Americans care?
Well, I would hope they would all care. How many Americans know how many people from Iran, from terrorist cells, have come across Joe Biden's open border? How many Americans?
Oh, please. Zero. He's spreading this bullshit lie that, first of all, that Biden had an open border. There was never an open border policy. He turned people away at the border all the time. And the claim that terrorists are walking across the border, no, they're not. They never did. Completely fabricated. Can these people help themselves, or is it all just lies all the way down? Is it literally impossible for them to tell the truth about fucking anything?
Americans care about that.
I definitely care about that.
Okay, you care
Why haven't
about
they
it,
been rounded up?
But they're trying. But you got all these blue state mayors and governors.
There isn't literally any evidence of any terrorists walking across the border. Zero. Like, the Trump administration isn't even trying to pretend that that's happening. We will get a redeem for Owen to dress up like a clown when watching Tucker Carlson. Yeah, that would be good. Maybe. I'd have to get a clown outfit.
Governors making it very difficult.
I get it.
But thank God President Trump is trying to get it done.
Look, I'm totally all for that completely.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is that most Americans, I've never met an American who thinks, other than like the people who have ideological reasons to pretend they think it, that the imminent threat to America is anything having to do with Iran. The imminent threats to America include like bankruptcy from too much debt, your son.
I have no idea who this is. I should probably answer it. Give me a second. I'm gonna let this play.
ODing on fentanyl. Your neighborhood completely changing because unlike Israel, Americans don't have a right to their country. It can just be completely changed by their legislature. New people can show up from foreign countries and not speak your language, and there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have a right because you're not Bibi. Can you feel the resentment? Because it's real. I'm not against Israel. I'm against the total destruction.
You hide that very well.
I'm mad at my lawmakers for not protecting my country with the care they've protected Israel.
I don't think that your country, my country, our country, has spent that much time protecting Israel, asking Israel. I asked you a little bit ago.
They spent no time protecting my country.
No, I asked you, well, actually they do.
How?
They are the tip of the spear. Every enemy they have is our enemy.
Our country?
things that are targeted toward us often go through them.
How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country?
Well, that we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give a rip.
This has been going on since Reagan.
Coming in.
Since Reagan, 1986.
Yeah, but
that's 40 years
President
this year.
Trump the credit for having closed the border.
I love the fact, I campaigned for Trump because he said he would close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan, then we had Bush, then we had Clinton, then we had Bush again. Ugh. Then we had that guy, Obama. And then, you know the presidents.
Yeah.
And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like pretty kind of third world, actually. That's not protecting us. That's behaving with total contempt for my country.
You said a moment ago that we do more, or you inferred that we do more for Israel than we do for ourselves. Do you believe that?
No, I don't. I didn't say we do more for Israel. It's like, but where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the, holy smokes, there are drug cartels in your neighborhood? You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah or Hezbollah, whatever you call it, in some Latin American country? I don't care. There are drug cartels in my neighborhood. I know people who've died of fentanyl ODs.
Where'd the fentanyl come from? Probably from China.
From Mexico.
From China through Mexico.
The precursor chemicals, they say, come from China. I get it.
And who's in that axis with China? Iran.
Larry Fink is in that axis with, no, actually, the heads of our biggest corporations are in that axis with China. I don't care about Iran at all. I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way, no?
I asked you a question a little bit ago you never got back to, because I think it's an important one. Because one of the things that I sense a tension with you, you feel like that we do too much for Israel, we're getting nothing from it. And I ask you how many...
No, I don't think we're getting nothing.
How many boots on the ground has the U.S. placed on behalf of Israel?
However many went to Iraq. We did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
But you said we did it because of 9/11?
Okay, sorry about that. Got a phone call. I actually wanted to cover something else before I get off of here. I wanted to finish this. Let me see how far along we are. But there's another subject I want to hit. Hold on. Oh, we're almost done with this. Hold on one second here. Let me just clear some of these markers. All right, cool. Yes. Just a call from Alpha Force Zero's school. And let's see here. I also wanted to grab... Before I forget, let me just grab it. This woman on the left thinks she's Martin Luther King Jr., except she's a segregationist. She's trying to give an inspiring speech about how black kids shouldn't go to school with white kids. Sorry, hang on.
And we are standing up for what we think is right now.
Barbara,
I need it.
you're playing into their hands. Let me speak to them, okay?
In the name of God, how much more are we supposed to take?
Take from what?
From you people.
I mean, you people. You sound like I'm a dog or something.
As we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
You know, this is a good lesson, looking at these old videos of segregationist pieces of shit pretending that they are the victims. How much are we supposed to take from you people? They literally wanted fair treatment. They wanted equal treatment under the law. And these segregationists, I'm not sure when this is from, the 80s, the 70s? It's colorized, is why I suspected, but the 60s is when the Civil Rights Act was enforced, 1964, I believe. So it seems like it should be from then, but the color and the aspect ratio are all kind of telling me the 80s. I don't know. Oh, it's the 1970s. This is the 70s. I was close.
We want freedom! We want freedom! We want freedom! We want freedom!
They're pretending they're the victims. This is how the oppressor has always acted since the dawn of fucking time. They always pretend that they are the victims. You want freedom from black people.
No, we need our rights. They want all the rights. They're not going to give it to us.
They want all the rights.
And they don't have enough gumption to turn around and tell that Supreme Court to rule on the laws of the land rather than to mess with our children and ruin our education and put our country down.
You kidding me?
Now, they were appointed officials, and we'll impeach every one of them if we have to get this country back where it belongs.
Maybe by the time somebody do something good. Now, all of a sudden, the tide is turning a little bit. You see how things feel now. You all come upset, huh? You're all upset. Say somebody taking your rights away.
We want no trouble. We don't condemn these black people. They are human beings too. We understand that, but we want our school.
So here's her once again pretending she's the victim in this situation. I'm telling you, there is an unbroken line of anti-abolitionists. Is that the term I'm looking for? An unbroken line of Civil War era extremists who have been working to reestablish, or who have been working to erase the rights of black people since the 1800s. An unbroken line. And Brown v. Board of Education was a massive blow to their segregationist movement. They're still working today. Do you know that the Heritage Foundation formed after Brown v. Board of Education as a result, at least partially, from that decision? Of course, Brown v. Board of Education being the Supreme Court decision these people are complaining about. They said that you can't segregate black and white students anymore. That's illegal. The Heritage Foundation exists effectively as a reaction to that Supreme Court decision. These are the most vile, hateful, racist human beings alive. And when you don't have a worthy cause to fight for, all you have to do is pretend you are fighting for your rights, when really what she's fighting for is to erase other people's rights, obviously. So now she's going to give us a Martin Luther King Jr.-like speech.
And we're going to get it if we have to go to Washington to get it. We are doing what they have done many, many times. Now, is that wrong, people of this world today? Is it wrong that we stand up for a change? For the first time, we are standing up for our rights. What is wrong about that? And why did he have to come over here? To order us to do what they want us to do. Now, we're not going to do it. That is over. These people fight for your right. And I mean fight for what you think is right and what's in here to fight for.
Fight for your right to oppress others. This is really what the country was built on, the concept behind it. Your rights extend up to where my rights begin and no further. Your right to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose. You can swing your fist anywhere you want except for right here, because then it's not you exercising your rights, it's you violating my rights. That's what the police are for. It's what they're supposed to be for. Protect rights. That's what the government is for, to protect our rights. And this woman knows, seemingly, that that's what the country is built upon, protecting people's rights. So she's using that kind of language to defend her position when really what she's doing is trying to trample on others' rights. She thinks she's some kind of a hero. Well, now we know, history didn't look kindly upon you. Put it that way. History did not look kindly upon you. Now we know what kind of a fucked up piece of shit you really were. what kind of a hollowed out evil person you really are. I wonder who this woman is anyway. Let's see if I can find out. Hold on. Sorry. I'm looking for the video. I'm sorry. Hang on. I would really like to find this.
And we are standing up for what we think is right now.
Barbara. I'm sorry, give me just a second. I'm just trying to find. I'm gonna let this play for another second while I search for this. Wait, where did the Tucker thing go? It's gone. Oh, it's on the other page. All right. Let me just put another marker in. And I'm going to let this play while I search for more info on this. Hang on.
I'll ask you a little bit ago.
They spent no time protecting my country.
No, I ask you, well, actually, they do.
How?
They are the tip of the spear. Every enemy they have is our enemy.
Our country?
Things that are targeted toward us often go through them.
How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country?
Well, that we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give a rip.
This has been going on since Reagan.
Coming in.
Since Reagan, 1986.
Yeah, but
that's 40 years
President
this year.
Trump the credit for having closed the border.
I love the fact, I campaigned for Trump because he said he would close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan. Then we had Bush. Then we had Clinton. Then we had Bush again. Ugh. Then we had that guy, Obama. And then, you know the presidents.
Yeah.
And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like pretty kind of third world, actually. That's not protecting us. That's behaving with total contempt for my country.
You said a moment ago that we do more, or you inferred that we do more for Israel than we do for ourselves. Do you believe that?
No, I don't. I didn't say we do more for Israel. It's like, but where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the, holy smokes, there are drug cartels in your neighborhood? You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah or Hezbollah, whatever you call it, in some Latin American country? I don't care. There are drug cartels in my neighborhood. I know people who've died of fentanyl ODs.
Where'd the fentanyl come from? Probably from China.
From Mexico.
From China through Mexico.
Yeah, the precursor chemicals, they say, come from China. I get it.
And who's in that axis with China? Iran.
Larry Fink.
Okay, I found something.
That one little nigga. Now you answer that. Answer that. One little nigga.
Okay, yeah. We're going to have to watch this. There's some harsh language in here. I apologize for that, but for historical... for the sake of history, I'm gonna let it play and we're gonna listen to it. I'm gonna just mute the harsh language in the final product. Listen to this. Actually, before we listen to it, let's finish the Barbara thing. Where did it go? How far in was I? Here we go.
You got a heart, you got a conscience. Fight for it. And give it all you got. And I mean the people of the world today better do it. Because if they don't, they're gonna be dominated throughout this world by this federal government, which is dominating the world today.
She's saying that the federal government forcing schools to integrate is dominating the American people. Are you kidding me?
No matter who you are, black or white, if you feel that it's right, fight for it. But fight for the right thing. Don't.
Yeah, no fucking shit. She's acting like she's Martin Luther King Jr. and saying the most obvious shit. Yes, you should fight for what you believe in.
Feel that it's right, fight for it. But fight for the right thing. Don't create a disturbance, but fight for what you got.
Don't create a disturbance, but fight for what you've got. What does that mean? Are you saying that, like, we shouldn't be protesting? Or, like, what the fuck does that mean?
And for what you worked hard for. In my opinion, if anybody had the right to fight, it's the Indians. They were the ones that were here in this country before the black people or before we were. Anybody
Okay, you completely lost me here. Like, she's going off in some weird directions.
has a right to fight, they have a right to fight for it.
It happens that there's a group called the Cheerleaders, who was basically a big mob. And this is footage from the Cheerleaders in the 60s. Basically showing up to schools and trying to prevent children, like black children, from going.
They got places for you.
This is a black girl being escorted to the school. They've got places for you. Imagine being a 5-year-old, probably, or I don't know how old she is, 6, 7, and hearing people yell this shit to you.
Why should our children have to suffer for one little nigger? Now, you answer that. Answer that. One little nigger that 400 should live.
See, this kid right here, this is 1960, I think. Let's see. What year was this? 1960, November 14th, when this video came out. How old is this kid now? He's got to be 8, right? Here? So he's born in 1952, maybe? How old is he now? 2026 minus 1952. He's about 75. How old is the head of the Heritage Foundation? The people that lead the Heritage Foundation today are these kids that were being yelled the N-word into their ears when they were little by their parents, who are outraged by black kids desegregating and going to shared schools.
Tell them how you say that, hon. You can't do it, I'll get you some. No, we don't want to integrate. Tell them in, hon.
How about this one? There are a bunch of different videos here. Here's another. I think this is one of them. Whoop. Nope. Nope, this is the same one. Hold on. Here we go. Is this the one? This is Baton Rouge, Louisiana, November 16th, 1960. I believe 2 days later. Spraying water over the crowd. Looks like the fireman showed up with his fire truck spraying the crowd. People being arrested, a protest, police cars. Or are they burning a cross? Is that what this is? I think that's what's happening here. Let's read the description. News film clip of white demonstrators protesting court-ordered school desegregation. City and state officials urging parents to discourage their children from demonstrating. People injured by the demonstrating mob in the hospital, and debates by state legislators, New Orleans and Baton Rouge. 1916. I'm sorry, 1960, November 16th. Look, we got a Confederate flag in the background there. Interesting. I'm probably going to cut some of the boring parts out here, but let me just jump forward.
Let me urge you to impress upon your children the importance of this message. I also urge you to keep your children indoors tonight and every night during this immediate future.
The Republicans, the right-wingers, they have always tried to go after children, in all seriousness. People talk about, trans people going after children. No, that's literally not happening. That has never happened. Trans people have not been going after children, but they accuse trans people of going after children because that's what they've been doing this entire time, since the 60s. 75 years, longer, honestly. Right-wing extremists try to brainwash children into everything they possibly can. They try to brainwash them into being right-wing extremists. They try to brainwash them into being anti-desegregation or pro-segregation, I guess. Try to brainwash them into being evangelical extremists. That's how it's always been. These segregationists might be Democrats in 1952. That's true that there was a party switch in during Nixon, and you can even look at the party map. What do you call it? Oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. You can even look at the party map here. This is Nixon's party map. If you take a look here, you can see that Nixon in 1972 won almost every state except for Massachusetts because there was a party switch. At the time in 72, Democrats were Southern white racists, and the Republicans were still the party of Lincoln. And Nixon ran as a Republican, which was a left-leaning party, but he was dog-whistling to the white racists and setting out to pull those votes through the Southern strategy, and he succeeded. As a result, there was a party flip. So they may have been Democrats at the time that this video was taken. But the point is, conservatives were scumbags. Conservatives have caused problems throughout history. Conservatives have been there standing in the way anytime progress takes place, like the cheerleaders we just watched. They were scumbags then, and they're scumbags now. Anyway, tell me what you think in the comments. What's going on?
Nothing. Some kid gave me a shark plushie.
A shark plushie?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
He had like 10 of them.
All right, I'm going to finish this up, and then, yeah.
I'm bringing my bike in to charge it.
Okay. When are you working? Yeah. When? All right. Okay. Let's finish up Tucker. This is 217. We are almost done.
From China. I get it.
Let me give a couple intros. This is Tucker Carlson interviewing Mike Huckabee. I always forget his name. Huckabee says some absolutely off the rails things in this interview. It's fascinating. Like the Israeli army is more moral than the U.S. military, for example. And Tucker really hammers him on it. It's really interesting. Let's give this a listen. And let me give one more intro. This is Tucker Carlson interviewing Mike Huckabee. It went viral not too long ago. Let's give this a listen. All right, that'll work. Let's keep going. Let me find my current position marker. 217, yeah, here we go.
I'll ask you a little bit ago.
They spent no time protecting my country.
No, I ask you, well, actually they do.
How?
They are the tip of the spear. Every enemy they have is our enemy.
Our country?
Things that are targeted toward us often go through them.
He is an absurd human being.
We have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country.
Well, that we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give a rip.
This has been going on since Reagan.
Coming.
This is just ridiculous trash.
Yeah.
Since Reagan, 1986.
Yeah, but
that's 40 years
President
this year.
Trump the credit for having closed the border.
I'm giving. I love the fact I campaigned for Trump because he said he'd close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan, then we had Bush, then we had Clinton, then we had Bush again. Ugh. Then we had that guy, Obama. And then, you know the presidents.
Yeah.
And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like pretty kind of third world, actually. That's not protecting us. That's behaving with total contempt for my country.
You said a moment ago that we do more, or you inferred that we do more for Israel than we do.
You mean you implied. You don't infer what, I'm sorry. You imply something and the other person infers what you are saying.
For ourselves. Do you believe that?
No, I don't. I didn't say we do more for Israel. It's like, but where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the, holy smokes, there are drug cartels in your neighborhood? You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah or Hezbollah, whatever you call it, in some Latin American country? I don't care. There are drug cartels in my neighborhood. I know people who've died.
No, there are not. Oh my God, dude.
Fentanyl ODs.
Where'd the fentanyl come from? Probably from China.
Came from Mexico.
No. The precursors came from China and were created ultimately in Mexico and then flown in, probably. I think that's where most drugs come from. They're flown in. They are not walked across the fucking border, please.
From China through
Mexico.
Mexico.
The precursor chemicals, they say, come from China. I get it.
And who's in that axis with China? Iran.
Larry Fink is in that axis with, no, actually, the heads of our biggest corporations are in that axis with China.
Wait, who the holy heck is Larry Fink? I'm sorry, let me look this up. 1 second. Let's just get some info here. CEO and co-founder of BlackRock, the world's largest asset management firm. BlackRock manages roughly $10 trillion in assets. Oh my God, that's crazy. Making it the single largest investment company on the planet. He's a frequent target in conspiracy theory circles, and he's Jewish, which makes him a frequent target of conspiratorial narratives, of course. He was also a major proponent of environmental, social, and governance investing criteria. So, yeah, okay, so he's blaming the Jews. Got it.
I don't care about Iran at all. I care about America. And if blowing up Iran makes my country richer and safer, I'm for it. And if it doesn't, I'm totally opposed. It's that simple. I think most Americans feel that way, no?
I asked you a question a little bit ago you never got back to, because I think it's an important one. Because one of the things that I sense a tension with you, you feel like that we do too much for Israel, we're getting nothing from it. And I ask you how many...
No, I don't think we're getting nothing.
How many boots on the ground has the U.S. placed on behalf of Israel?
That's completely irrelevant. We've placed 0 boots on the ground on behalf of Ukraine. We're still giving Ukraine money. We placed 0 boots on the ground during like the Mujahideen in the 80s and 90s, right? But it was a proxy war between Russia or the Soviet Union and us, right? It doesn't matter how many boots on the ground we have.
However many went to Iraq. We did that for Israel.
No, I don't think we did.
But you said we did it because of 9/11?
That was the U.S. justification for it.
But it wasn't for 9/11. So what was the actual reason?
Well,
hey, that's a good point. What was the actual reason? It was for Israel, I guess you could say. George W. Bush wanted to finish what his dad started during the Gulf War, if I'm not mistaken.
The U.S. government told us it was for 9/11. They told us that they were part of it, that they had weapons of mass destruction.
But they knew they had
all
nothing to do with 9/11, obviously.
Maybe
There's no evidence.
But I'm
so what was the actual
Israel
reason?
was not in that component.
Israel had no influence on our decision to invade Iraq. That's not what the people who made the decision say. They say Israel.
Well, let me get back to the point.
Dude is getting bodied right now. Oh my God.
Gave us that information about the fake weapons of mass destruction. Where do you think that came from? It came from Bibi.
How many Americans put?
Don't you love this guy's laugh? It did though. He's right.
About the fake weapons of mass destruction. Where do you think that came
question
from?
was,
It came from Bibi.
How many Americans put their boots on the ground for Israel? The answer is zero.
Everybody who served in
Zero.
Iraq
That's
put
not
their
true.
boots on the ground
No, they
for
didn't.
Israel.
Did not.
Where did we get the information about the weapons of mass destruction that wasn't real?
We didn't get that from. You're saying we got that from Israel? That Israel was one pushed us into that?
I think that they did. Let me just see if I can find out. Hang on. Pretext. Let's find out. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. Okay, it's apparently more complicated than that. Israeli intelligence was described as a full partner to the picture of Iraq's non-conventional capability that the Americans and the British presented. What the fuck does that mean? That's from the BESA Center, Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies. Israel's intelligence agencies, Mossad, military intelligence, Shin Bet, reported that Iraq had large amounts of weapons of mass destruction, including chemical and biological agents, which we now know was a lie. They were lying, intentionally falsifying that information with some kind of intent behind it. An Israeli parliamentary investigation later found that all Israeli intelligence branches provided erroneous assessments of Iraq's non-conventional weapons. So they lied. So Israel contributed to and reinforced the faulty intelligence picture. That is real. What's misleading about it is the framing implies Israel was the primary source or driving force. In reality, the Iraq War intelligence failure was overwhelmingly a U.S.-driven disaster. The key players were the CIA, Dick Cheney's office, the Pentagon's Office of Special Plans, and sources like the infamous Curveball, an Iraqi defector feeding German intelligence fabricated stories about mobile bioweapons labs. That's interesting. Colin Powell's UN presentation was based primarily on U.S. and British intelligence assessments. Okay, so bottom line, Israel contributed to it. But they were not the sole basis for it.
Well, absolutely.
You really believe that?
I know that for a fact.
For
and
a
so
fact.
does every... Yes, this has been widely written about and discussed. And I'm not attacking Israel. Like, they thought it was in their interest to take out a government that was paying the families of suicide bombers. I get it. I'm not mad at Israel about that. I never have been. I'm mad at the Bush administration and all the people who went along with this to the detriment of my country.
Okay, again, it was actually Bush who fabricated this. He may have done it for, well, he did, in fact, do it for Israel because he went to the French Prime Minister, Jacques Chirac, and said, this is a battle of Gog and Magog, a biblical reference. He did say that. I remember reading about that at the time. That was done for biblical reasons, for Jewish, for Israeli reasons, obviously, right? I'm kind of coming over to Tucker's side on this, that the Iraq War was fought for Israel in a roundabout way, at least.
That's who I'm mad at, not Israel. Bibi's doing what he can for his country, whether you agree with him or not. I want my leaders to do the same for my country. That's it.
I think the present leadership is doing just that. I truly do. And I don't...
Okay, we're not talking about present leadership here. Tucker was talking about them fighting in Iraq on behalf of Israel.
Think that it's at all accurate to even intimate that tiny little Israel is pushing the U.S. into something it does not want to do.
Our leaders appear to want to do it. Our public does not want to do it at all. The public does not want war with Iran.
I totally agree.
Bibi does. He's gotten seven trips to the White House. The average American
question would
doesn't,
be,
hold on, the average American doesn't have that level of access, and a foreign leader does. 7 in 1 year, and now we're moving toward war with Iran. The average American doesn't want that war. The average American is outraged. Don't you understand? I'm not attacking Bibi at all.
The strongest president I've ever seen in my lifetime, going back to Eisenhower, for God's sake.
If you're an American,
no, listen to me, Tucker, for God's sake.
I'm not attacking Trump. I like Trump.
I know, but you're making it sound like that he is being pulled into something that he really doesn't want to do, or pulled into something because he's...
Yeah, I don't think that. I think Trump is more than willing to do the Iran thing. But it's definitely being done on behalf of Israel. But without a doubt, like, what other reason would the United States have for going into Iran? Absolutely none.
Persuaded.
I'm neither saying that nor implying.
I was in the meeting last week. I was in the meetings last summer. I can assure you, President Trump is not being led into something at all by Prime Minister Netanyahu.
To be clear, I'm neither saying that nor implying it.
Good.
Just for the record, though, let me pull up one thing here. Hold the phone.
If not, stop.
Here, check this out. This is Netanyahu from 1995 to present day.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the...
So when was that one? That was, it says in the corner here.
Could be a short time.
This is, I'm sorry, this is 2025, and then the next one's 2018.
Could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran
2015
is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very
2012.
Very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to
2006
to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen,
96.
Time is running out.
Iran will be capable
1995
of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
If not stopped.
I mean, this is ridiculous and insane. He obviously has had it out for Iran for a long time, right? And is doing everything he can to push the U.S. in that direction.
What I am stating out loud is true, and that's that Prime Minister Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, has way more influence over Americans' foreign policy than Americans do. And we know this because he wants a war with Iran. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want a war with Iran, and we're very likely to get a war with Iran. So who has more influence, Benjamin Netanyahu or 80% of Americans? And I'm saying...
Honestly, like, Iran is fucking huge. People underestimate how big Iran is. It is a totally different beast from Iraq. They have, I think, almost 100 million people. They're 1/3 the size of the United States. That is huge. That is fucking gigantic. We do not want a war with that.
That's outrageous. That's all I'm saying.
I would counter that. Bibi Netanyahu does not want a war with Iran.
Bro, are you kidding? You cannot be saying this with a straight face right now.
To say that he wants a war, you know who's going to be at the very front of that? His people. And
like he gives a fuck about anybody but himself. Seriously. Netanyahu is like an evil human being. Honestly, he's like one of those people who's absolutely fucking soulless, who I believe has like something broken in his brain where he has no empathy or doesn't understand what the word even means. That's not to say that, you know, most people are like that. They're not. Most people are not like that. But I believe that Netanyahu is one of those people, for sure.
I don't agree with that. I'm with him enough to know he does not want a war.
He doesn't.
Does he?
I mean, he's just making this up. Obviously, he does.
Think that there may be a necessity of taking a war in order to prevent an attack on not just Israel,
I
but
don't
on
want to
the
be
United
argumentative,
States?
but I think I know too much. I mean, let's be real. Okay, so there was, Steve Witkoff, in my opinion, is just a sterling guy, just a good guy, excellent.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, that's my view.
Yeah,
and kind of pro-American, and just couldn't be nicer, and wants to do the right thing, and he's probably Trump's best friend. He and maybe Jared too are involved in a negotiation with Hamas.
Mm-hmm. Or you mean with Iran?
With Iran.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
And the Israeli government short circuits it by hitting Iran. So, like,
What do you mean they short circuited by hitting Iran?
They did everything they could to shut down the negotiations between the United States, the Trump administration, and Iran.
That's not just them, though. That goes for like the entire Republican Party that have been doing that. Again, the Iran nuclear deal was our way of preventing a war. And they intentionally set out to rip that up. And now war is inevitable because of it. Unless we get another version of the Iran deal.
And look, they're acting again in their own interest. But our country should also act in its own interest. That's all I'm saying. And so don't tell me that Bibi doesn't want a war with Iran.
He doesn't.
That is fucking absurd. Come on.
Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff could be successful in getting the president's demands, and keep in mind, these are the president's demands.
What are those demands?
No enrichment, no nuclear weapon, quit killing your own people in the street.
We already had all of this shit with the Iran nuclear deal. He is, like they give a fuck about Iran killing protesters. Trump wants to do that here, so I don't want to hear it. We already had all of that with the Iran nuclear deal, and you ripped it up.
But the tens of thousands, you and I both agree that it's a horrible thing to kill your own citizens, which Iran is doing.
It's a horrible thing to kill anybody's citizens.
Anybody's citizens. We agree on that.
Except that they're 14-year-olds working for Hamas, but
no,
whatever.
It's still a tragedy.
No, it is. Sorry, I'm being a jerk.
You,
okay.
you really are being a jerk.
I am. I know.
You are being a jerk on that.
I am such a jerk.
I'm going to write down.
You're right.
Tucker
You're right.
Carlson
You're right.
admitted.
I know.
He's a jerk.
Oh, I am a jerk. Everyone
All
knows that. I mean, I'm really trying. Okay.
Okay.
No, but I agree with you 100%. Of course, it's a tragedy.
If that could be done, and I pray it can.
Yes.
And you know why? Number one, because it would be wonderful for everybody. Number two, if there is a war, you're going to be 6,000 miles from it. You know where I'm going to be? In the bullseye. Do I want there to be a war? No.
Yes, he does, because he's a Christian Zionist, and part of that ideology is that there has to be a war in the Middle East before Jesus comes back. And it's the precursor, it's the sign that Jesus is here, that there's a war in the Middle East. So these people are always trying to stoke war in the Middle East, trying to make it worse so that they can kind of make Armageddon happen.
Do Israelis want there to be a war? No.
How many? I keep hearing Israel's fighting a 7-front war right now. What are those 7 fronts?
Well, you got Lebanon. You have Egypt. Now, Egypt is not an active war, but you have the Muslim Brotherhood within Egypt. You've got the Muslim Brotherhood in Jordan. You've got Syria.
Wait, they're fighting a war with Jordan?
With the Muslim Brotherhood that is in Jordan, not directly with Jordan, not the government of Jordan.
But are they?
You've got Hezbollah. You've got
in Lebanon,
Houthis.
In Yemen.
The Houthis. Not to be confused, or with or without the blowfish. Okay.
You have Hamas in Gaza. You have the threats that come from Iran. And how many is that?
That's 7.
That's 7. Okay. I'll give you an 8th one. You know the 8th one? The media. No, I would tell you there's...
Oh, please.
The 8th Front War. They fight...
How many journalists has Israel killed in Gaza?
Damn, that's a good point. Maybe you shouldn't have laid that one down there, Mike. That may have been ill-advised.
I don't know.
Over 200. It seems like
now, are they real journalists? Because a lot of those people that were supposedly journalists were actually Hamas fighters that are documented Hamas fighters. So that's why I ask you, how many are actual journalists?
You know, I don't know, but a lot of them were. I mean, they worked for big news organizations and they had press written on their chests.
Yeah, some of them had UNRWA cars and they were also working for Hamas.
So are you
Hamas is
concerned? So do you think that over 200 journalists killed in Gaza are all fake journalists who deserve to be
I
killed?
have no idea how many the total number is. I don't have their credentials, but I know that there were quite a few that were actually Hamas fighters that protect.
What a piece of shit, dude. Everybody I don't like is Hamas, and that justifies me killing them.
Did Hamas? Ask the hostages. The hostages came back and they started telling about the number of people that were doctors in hospitals that held them hostage in their homes, or the number of people who were pretending to be journalists who were actually holding them hostage.
What a colossal fucking scumbag, dude. Seriously.
As someone
I'm
who
just telling you that there's a lot more to what.
As someone whose tax dollars helped pay for killing all those civilians in Gaza, I feel like I have a right to know how many were killed, and Israel won't let outside observers in to figure it out. And I'm frustrated. I just want to say that. My last question is about Christians, both Christians who visit and Christians who live here, particularly in the West Bank. I spoke to someone recently, a Christian minister who grew up in a town right outside Bethlehem. We would know it as Shepherd's Field in the New Testament, where the shepherds were tending their flocks in Matthew. And of course, the angels come and announce the arrival of Jesus in nearby Bethlehem. His family's been Christian, he says, for 2,000 years. He says where he grew up is now surrounded by settlements of people who are not from Israel at all. A lot of them are from the United States, Jewish settlements. They have different roads that the native Christians are not allowed to use. I don't quite know how that works. And he described a story where his mother was shot outside their house by an IDF soldier for reasons no one ever explained. She survived, but no one was ever punished for it or even explained why they did it. And he basically described being terrorized by settlers. And I wonder if that's a concern for you, for the native.
Of course, it's not a concern for Tucker. I'm sorry, for Mike Huckabee. He is in favor of it.
Population, the indigenous population.
Did you say this happened in Bethlehem?
It happened in Shepherd's Field, so it's a Christian village. Beth Sahur, I think, is its name. Right outside Bethlehem.
If it's in Bethlehem,
it's not in Bethlehem. I think it's Beth Sahur. I believe is the name of the village.
Because there are no Israelis in Bethlehem, none.
Yes, he said it wasn't in Bethlehem, Jagoff. You got gummy bears in your ears?
There are no Jews in Bethlehem.
Are there new settlements outside Bethlehem, where he is from?
Over in Area C, but not in Area A. There are none.
Well, he describes the town he grew up in, and I guess I wonder why a Christian whose family's been there for 2,000 years.
There are Palestinian Christians throughout Judea and Samaria. That's true. I've been over to visit them. I go there regularly.
I know you have, and some have been.
We've advocated for some that are Muslim, but they're American citizens, and we advocated because there was.
But why can't they just drive into Jerusalem to go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? Why do they need a permit to do that if they're from there?
Because of the acts of...
Because they're second-class citizens, of course.
Terrorism that has made it impossible to do it.
But they're,
you know how many suicides...
Hold on.
No.
Let me... Christians.
You asked this question. So what do we do? Just say you're a Christian? Oh, yeah, I'm a Christian. But you're wearing a suicide bomb?
Like, no. If you see somebody wearing a suicide vest, then you would stop them, obviously. But this is second-class citizen stuff. People are treated unequal. This is what you get in an apartheid state, obviously, and this is partly why apartheid states are bad.
Do Christians do suicide bombs?
They could. If all they have to do is just announce I'm a Christian. There were over 1,000.
Why not just get an identity card that says I'm Christian?
Let me just finish this. Before Israel put the green line up, and before they took great care to put checkpoints in place, there were over 1,000 suicide bombers in 1 year.
It was awful.
I doubt that's real, but okay, whatever. I don't. So you're picking out everybody who is not like you, and you're casting doubt and suspicion on them. This is second-class citizen shit.
1 year.
I remember it, but I don't think any of them were Christians, and
they might not have been.
Okay, but
my point is,
we could find out if they were.
So you're saying we just trust somebody if they come up and say I'm a Christian, I just want to go to the Holy Sepulchre, let me in?
What I'm saying is that Christians have a right to go to the Holy Sepulchre. Israel does not own it. They've had possession of it since 1967. It doesn't belong to Bibi. It belongs to me and you and every other Christian.
Bibi was probably a young person. I'm not even sure he was.
No Christian should ever be barred from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Should Christians be barred from Joseph's tomb in Nablus?
I don't know. Let's just start with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Okay, let's start with the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
And I don't understand on what grounds
People can go to them.
Well, they can't if they're Christians at Bet Sahur. So I don't understand why they're a threat. They're not a threat. And why won't you, as the Christian minister, U.S.
I've never heard of this. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It's one of the most important sites in all Christianity. I had no idea. Located in the old city of Jerusalem, and it's believed by most Christian denominations to be the site where Jesus was crucified, buried, and resurrected. The church contains both Golgotha, or Calvary, which is the hill that Jesus died on, and the tomb, the sepulcher, where his body was laid and from which he allegedly rose. So it's essentially Christianity's holiest ground zero. I've never heard that before. Interesting. The original church was built in the 4th century CE by the Roman Emperor Constantine after his mother Helena reportedly identified the site. It's been destroyed, rebuilt, and renovated multiple times over the centuries by Persians, Crusaders, earthquakes, fires, etc. This is where it gets interesting. This is who controls it. The church is shared often contentiously by 6 Christian denominations: Greek Orthodox, Roman Catholic, or the Franciscans, Armenian Apostolic, Coptic Orthodox, Ethiopian Orthodox, and Syriac Orthodox. They've fought over it for centuries, sometimes literally. The arrangement governing who controls what is called the status quo. The arrangement governing who controls what is called the status quo, dating back to 1757. Famously, a Muslim family has held the keys to the church for centuries because the Christian factions couldn't trust each other with them. That's very interesting. I've never heard that before.
Ambassador to the state of Israel say to the prime minister, you can't allow this. Your country exists in part because American Christians support you, so you have to treat us well.
Part of the problem, Tucker, is that in the Palestinian Authority, and that's what we're talking about, there are Christians. Look, I know some Christians who live in Bethlehem, and that is Area A. Bethlehem was 80+% Christian before Oslo. 80% Christian, less than 20% Muslim. Today it's flipped. It's now 80+% Muslim. It's very few Christian. And some of the Christians that I personally know and know well are Zionist. Let that surprise you. They're Zionists. They're hardcore Zionists.
And some are
Let me finish
really
my train of thought here.
Okay.
So in the Palestinian Authority, they still teach children from the time they're 5 years old that the greatest thing in the world is to kill Jews. And that if they end up...
No, this is fabricated. I'll tell you what's actually happening. Palestinian children are being genocided, bombed, murdered, mistreated terribly. And that builds in a disdain for the oppressors. They are being oppressed terribly. Now, what do you expect to happen? I don't believe that's okay, that people are, disdainful of Israelis or whatever. But you have to remember that this is not about Jews. They want to conflate Jews and Israelis when the issue is Israelis are oppressing them. And some children are taught from a young age to have disdain for the Israeli oppressors. Absolutely. This isn't a racial Jewish Nazi thing, like he wants to pretend.
Being a martyr, and if they kill Jews, they will get a pension for life if they die, and if they don't, they'll get a paycheck for life, and their families will.
This is mostly, these are the extremists. This isn't school children that are just taught this. This is complete nonsense.
It's called the Prisoners and Martyrs Fund. We call it Pay for Slay in the U.S. It is against our law.
A lot of Christians collecting on that?
I don't know.
Zero. So my question remains, and I'm a little bit frustrated at this point, because I'm not defending Hamas. I hate suicide bombing. I hate suicide. I hate violence. I hate the killing of children, period. Why can't a Christian who was born there, whose family's been there for 2,000 years, following Jesus for 2,000 years, drive because it's really close to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. He poses no threat. And why can't the United States government advocate for him to do that?
We do advocate for Americans because that's our job. And it doesn't matter whether they're Palestinian or Israeli. We do that. But as far as when they...
No, he doesn't really, though, is the problem. He's a Zionist extremist nutcase. He advocates for Israel in every way.
How many Americans are being held in Israeli prisons right now?
Total, I don't have an exact number on that. I don't know.
How can you advocate for them if you don't know how many there are?
Well, everyone that we know, we go...
Okay, that's a gotcha. Come on.
Visit. Our consular goes there almost every week and visits the Americans. It's not a large number as far as Americans, but when we have them, we go to their trials when they're on trial. So yeah, we do a lot more than you've given us credit for.
Oh, I'm giving you credit. No, you
okay,
understand.
please.
I'm giving
Thank you for
credit
doing that because we don't get much.
No,
we don't get much.
By the way, not every embassy does that.
Such a victim. We don't get much credit for doing our literal job that we were hired to fucking do. Comes with a ton of prestige.
To know for a fact they don't advocate for Americans in jail. And
we take our consular services across into the Palestinian Authority and help people over there. Some of those are Christians, some are not, some are Muslim. But if they're Americans and they have American citizenship and an American passport, we help them.
That makes me so happy to hear.
I go to Ramallah. I sit down with the vice president and the prime minister of the Palestinian Authority. We try to work ways to make things better. But the reason that sometimes it's not just an absolute free passage, I'll tell you why, because there are too many incidences of terrorist acts, and Israel is not going to allow themselves.
But the Christians didn't do it, and they're not going to do it, and Christians pay for all of this. They pay for a lot of this.
It's very, you can say it's unfair, but here's...
You can't punish the innocent. How's that?
But you got to somehow make sure that you screen people, and that's why the checkpoints. Let me tell you what happened not too very long ago. We had a humanitarian aid truck that came across from Jordan. The driver was supposedly vetted. He was a former Jordanian military person. He came across the checkpoint. Everything should be fine, right? He gets out of his truck, he takes a gun, and he shoots two of the people.
I believe it.
Who are the Israelis at the checkpoint, one of whom was a young person less than a year in the job. His mother teaches in the American school where our embassy people go in Herzliya. I get to make the phone call to the mother. I'm going to tell you something. It was not the most pleasant day of my life.
It sounds awful.
It is awful. And so those kind of incidences are the reason that it is difficult to go from Judea, Samaria, or the West Bank, call it whatever you want. But if you're in Area A, which is under the control of the Palestinian Authority, and your education has been that killing Jews is a wonderful thing.
I'm talking about the Christians.
But the Christians, if they go to those schools, they're still going to get that education.
When was the last time there was a suicide bomb detonated by a Christian?
I don't know.
Never. Let me ask you this.
Look, I'm not trying to defend, but I'm saying to you that if the curriculum doesn't get changed, if the pay for slay doesn't get changed,
that doesn't apply.
You have a culture. Well, you say it doesn't apply. Maybe it never has happened. I don't know whether it has ever happened.
When will Palestinians in the West Bank have the same rights as Israelis in the West Bank?
Are you talking about the ones that live in the Palestinian Authority?
I'm talking about people who live in the villages they grew up in.
Yeah,
but changed hands, went from one government to another.
It makes a difference whether they live under the Palestinian Authority government or whether they live under Israeli. If they live under Area A, do you know the difference?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm saying
if they live under Area A, they live under the Palestinian Authority government. They don't live under Israeli government.
But it's controlled by the Israeli government completely. There's no airport. They control the utilities. I mean, it's silly. I understand there's a form of self-government, but the big decisions are made by the Israeli government, obviously. I've been there. I know this. And you know it too. So how long does this go on? You say that God gave the nation of Israel the right to this land. Why not just take it, declare it Israel, and make everyone a citizen? I don't understand why that's not happening.
Well, you know what? There are people who think that that would be a much better
what
future.
Do you think?
I think it very well could be. And if you ask certain people living in the PA under their very corrupt government, where 91% of the people think the government is hopelessly corrupt, that's what the numbers are, they would tell you that they would be better off if the Israelis were the governing authority.
Everyone gets voting rights. Would that be the case?
He's saying we shouldn't have second-class citizens. And I agree. There shouldn't be second-class citizens. But as long as Israel is controlling the region the way that they are, it's going to continue this way. We need a federal government to come in and take control of Israel and both areas of Palestine. And the Israelis can live in their little jurisdiction, and Gazans can live in their jurisdiction, and there should be free movement between each. And everyone should have the same rights.
If they were all under Israeli authority, do you realize there are lots of Arab Israelis?
I know.
And they vote. Do you know they serve in the Knesset?
I'm very aware of that.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering.
And they serve on the Supreme Court? And did you know that it was an Arab?
Okay, you can't tell me you think that that they're not second-class citizens, please.
Who sentenced a former president and prime minister to prison?
I know this. I just want to know what's going to happen.
Do you know how many Jews get to help govern Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Syria?
I'm not.
But
I'm not attacking Jews.
This is a much more open government in society, and you make it sound like that the Israelis.
I don't make it sound that way. I'm just asking. No, I'm not attacking the nation of Israel. I'm just wondering what the plan is. So I've been hearing my whole life how bad the PA is. Okay, great. But what's the plan here? So they're moving all these Americans, people from around the world, into settlements subsidized by Americans in the West Bank.
No, they're not moving them from around the world to the settlements. They're people who make Aliyah. They come.
I'm just saying.
These are Israelis who live in Israel.
Well, there are a lot of people.
And Area C is Israel.
Okay.
Okay.
But does it remain a territory under military control forever? Does it just become part of the state?
You're talking about the Palestinian Authority?
Correct.
That's the big question. Do you believe in a two-state solution? And if you do, I would show you a map.
Hey, that's a good question. I wonder if he does. The two-state solution is generally viewed to be the reasonable solution to most people. I think that having a two-state solution necessitates an apartheid state. It means you're going to have an ethno-state where one group is allowed to be, full citizens in this one country, but other groups are going to be treated as second-class citizens, and I don't accept that. It's absolutely unacceptable. So I'm not for a two-state solution. The only reason anybody is for a two-state solution is because they don't believe that Israel would agree to anything else. And that's what there is now, a two-state solution. But Israel is trying to erase the Palestinian state and make it a one-state solution where Israel controls everything. People who say they want a one-state solution usually mean Israel and Gaza and the West Bank all become a single state under a single governing authority. I don't think that's the best way. I think it needs to be combined into... I think they need to remain separate with a single federal authority that controls the military. So the military is integrated and is no longer in Israel's hands. That's my opinion.
And I would ask you, because this is...
I don't know. I don't know what I think. I just think you need to treat people like human beings, and that's not happening, obviously.
And that would be, you don't glorify their killing.
Yeah, let them go to their...
So is somebody glorifying their killing? I don't understand what he's talking about here.
Church, if they want.
See the yellow parts?
Yeah.
That's Palestinian Authority. The tan parts, that's Area B. That's the area that is mixed. Israel has military authority, but the Palestinians can live anywhere they want to in there. And the blue area, that's Area C.
Yeah.
Area C is Israel. And Israelis can live in Israel. That's what it is. Now, when people say they want a two-state solution, I love to show them a map like this, and I ask them, where does that state line up? There is no contiguous way in which it works.
We've got a lot of states in the United States that need help, so I'm not going to wait.
Again, split it into 3 states with one federal governing authority.
Other people's states, to be totally honest, I just don't want to pay for it anymore and just want to fix our own country. But let me ask you one last question, which is how Christians are treated in Jerusalem. I've talked to so many who've been spit on.
Really? So many? How many?
2 yesterday.
2, okay.
Yeah, both Catholic clergy, and both told me the same thing. Anglican clergy, I interviewed.
I just had dinner recently with a Greek patriarch,
Well, there
He's
have been a
friend.
million stories about this.
Yeah, I know. There are instances where Christians get heckled. Usually it's people who are wearing clerical robes and they're wearing crosses, and it shouldn't happen. It's horrible. It's as bad.
Wow, he's admitting it. That's really interesting to me. Usually these people don't like to admit that this happens.
For that to happen as it is to spit on somebody wearing a kippah in New York City.
I agree.
Terrible.
Okay, I'm grabbing this clip. That's really fascinating. Hold on. Let me just zoom in on this bad boy. Right about... Oh, too far. Right about here. Yeah.
Great. Terrible.
Okay. Nobody in New York City spits on people with kippahs. That does not happen. I am from Manhattan.
New York City. Bad for that to happen as it is people who are wearing... Yeah, I know. There.
All right, I'm grabbing this. I'm grabbing this clip here. Maybe here?
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. I just want to...
Yeah, I know. There are instances where Christians get heckled. Usually it's people who are wearing clerical robes and they're wearing crosses, and it shouldn't happen. It's horrible. It's as bad for that to happen as it is to spit on somebody wearing a kippah in New York City. Great. Terrible. It's horrible.
And actually, I should be fair, there is, and I just learned this, a Jewish Israeli group that keeps track of Christians being spit on in Jerusalem because they're offended by it. And God bless them for keeping track and for being offended by it. But there are an awful lot of examples of that. And my question to you, you're against it, of course. You're a Christian clergy.
Horribly against it.
What is
So
that?
is the prime minister, the president, the foreign minister. So is
I get it.
I think every
no one would defend that.
thinking person.
But what is
horrible.
it? Why are they spitting
It's
on
very
Christians?
limited. It's very, very isolated.
But where does it come
But for
from?
the most part, you know what? As Christians, we have freedom of movement here. Tucker, I go to church every Sunday. I play bass.
Okay, that's not what we were asking.
I play bass guitar in my church. Here.
Hold on. Okay, let me just... Christians are spit on in Israel. Mike Huckabee admits it to Tucker Carlson. Just export this. Hold on. Where did my markers... Here we are. Okay, back to the beginning here.
I know there are instances where Christians get heckled. Usually it's people who are wearing clerical robes and they're wearing crosses, and it shouldn't happen. It's horrible. It's as bad for that to happen as...
You know it's way worse than just being heckled if he's just framing it like this.
This to spit on somebody wearing a kippah in New York City.
I agree.
That does not happen. I mean, New York City, certainly Manhattan, is in some neighborhoods 50-60% Jewish. It's literally never, I've never seen anything like that before. That's completely made up.
Terrible. It's horrible.
And actually, to be fair, there is,
Yeah.
and I just learned this, a Jewish Israeli group that keeps track of Christians being spit on in Jerusalem because they're offended by it.
That's interesting.
And God bless them for keeping track and for being offended by it. But there are an awful lot of examples of that. And my question to you, you're against it, of course. You're a Christian clergy.
Horribly against it.
What is that?
So is the prime minister, the president, the foreign minister.
Complete bullshit.
So is...
The problem is there's a culture. Oh my God, there's a loud car outside. The problem is there's a culture of hating Christians in the region. That's the point here, right?
I get it.
I think every
no one would defend
decent
that.
thinking person.
But
it's
what
horrible.
is it? Why are they spitting on
It's
Christians?
very limited. It's very, very isolated.
Nobody asked if it was fucking isolated.
Where does it come from?
But for the most part, you know what? As Christians, we have freedom of movement here. Tucker, I go to church every Sunday. I play bass guitar in my church band.
I get it.
I don't get hassled being a Christian. Everyone here knows I'm the first evangelical to be ambassador to Israel. Do you think they hate me here? No.
Are evangelicals recognized by the state of Israel?
Yeah.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay.
And welcomed and appreciated.
No, but like as a religious, like, are there evangelical churches in Israel?
My gosh, yes. There's 184,000 Christians in Israel.
I know. And
much larger than...
But there are churches that are non-denominational evangelical here.
Of course. There are, and it ranges from, when you say non-denominational, some of them are affiliated Baptist Assembly of God. Some of them are truly non-denominational, Pentecostal. Some are Messianic churches,
right,
where most of the people are ethnically Jewish, but they're Messianic.
Yes.
They believe in Jesus. There are a lot of those churches, and they're spread out all over Israel.
So,
and there's freedom.
You don't. Oh, I know a lot of Christians in Israel, by the way. Yes, and as I said, I really hope I can come back and talk to more.
and come to church with me.
He's not coming back. There is absolutely no way in hell. And part of me actually believes that Tucker isn't even like, I'm thinking Tucker doesn't even believe in God, truthfully. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning like Tucker is setting out to like lie and deceive people, and he's using Christianity as a weapon in that war.
Oh, I definitely would love that. Why? And I mean it too. Yeah. Why would people spit on? Like, where does that come from?
I think it's from an evil heart.
Yeah.
What else would it be?
I agree.
I mean, I don't think anybody would ever spit on another person, even if it was, I don't care what a person.
Oh boy, don't tell that to the IDF regarding Palestinians.
Religion is, or what a person's nationality is. I don't hate anybody. I wouldn't spit on anybody. I wouldn't heckle anyone.
The problem is that like a lot of Israelis are out of their fucking gourds, drunk on hating, certain groups of people, like viewing them as inferior and things. It's insane. Not good. But, Mike Huckabee as an evangelical doesn't give a fuck about that, is going to ignore it, pretend it's not happening, whatever.
I find it repulsive. Nothing about it is defensible.
I will say that this was off camera, but I interviewed this Christian leader here, and I said, "Oh, that's so awful." And he goes, "I feel blessed because Jesus was spit on, and it's an opportunity for humility for me." And I thought, "Wow, that's a Christian."
Let me say this: I've been coming in and out of Jerusalem and Israel for soon to be 53 years. Before I came as ambassador, I made over 100 trips here. I've never been spat on. Good. I've never had someone yell at me.
Yeah, okay. And have you been in the normal areas, or do you just like attend specific churches in specific regions where that kind of thing doesn't happen? Like, obviously you need to go to the common areas. You're very famous. Are you going to the common areas?
I've never had an experience where I felt uncomfortable or that I was unwelcome.
If you spit on someone wearing a yarmulke in New York City, you go right to jail. They would not put up with that for 1 second.
I think that's true, because that's physical assault. You can't do that shit. And it doesn't happen.
And they do put up with it here because it still happens.
I'm not sure they do go to jail in New York City. They should.
They absolutely go to jail in New York City. That is assault.
Good. And they should go to jail here.
I'm against it.
They should go to jail here.
Amen. So there were all these Christian ministers who were brought over here, evangelicals, in December. And I think mostly to attack me, but also probably they had other...
Oh, they really weren't here to attack you.
I'm just joking. They were attacking me, but whatever.
Yeah.
But they were flown over by the state. The state paid for it, and they had a conference here. I got one of the guides that they received when they arrived, and I think it's real, and it says, "Don't preach about Jesus when you're in Israel. We don't allow that. Don't do that."
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Why would a Christian minister agree not to preach about Jesus?
I'm not sure, because I've never heard someone tell another Christian minister not to do that.
Please, dude.
Interesting. Good. Well, yeah. I was totally baffled.
What would be the purpose of going to church as a Christian if you didn't talk about Jesus here?
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
I can assure you that the church I attend, we talk about Jesus. I mean, we pray in the name of Jesus.
No,
so I don't get it.
To anyone else outside the church, are you allowed, like, could I stand on the corner and just tell people about Jesus here?
You could. I'm not saying you'd get applause or that people would.
Right, that's fine.
But
they would spit on you, obviously. That's what we've been discussing.
But I'm saying...
Dude, I wonder how many... I'm curious, are there any Jehovah's Witnesses in Israel? Let's see if I can find out. It's small and somewhat marginalized. About 2,000 Jehovah's Witnesses in Israel. Wow, spread across about 35 congregations in Israel and the Palestinian Authority, which average weekly meeting attendance topping 4,700 people. Wow, okay. They're not officially recognized as a religious group by the Israeli government, along with groups like Seventh-day Adventists. Let me see if are they allowed to like go door to door. Jehovah's Witnesses are not officially recognized as a religious group by the Israeli government. This means they can't perform legally recognized marriages, and they face some bureaucratic disadvantages. Members of Jehovah's Witnesses are also not eligible for the National Service Program, the civilian alternative to military service, which is notable given their conscientious objector stance. That is very interesting. State refuses to recognize them, and they have been victims of harassment, according to Haret's profile of the community. I'm going to read about that. They're not banned, though, that said. It is technically legal, but it's complicated in practice. It's lawful to proselytize in Israel, but it's illegal to offer any form of material or financial incentives for conversion to any religion. It's also illegal to proselytize to anyone under 18 without the consent of both parents. In practice, they canvass neighborhoods, stand on street corners, and approach strangers in places like the Tel Aviv Beach Promenade. They do the full door-to-door thing, but as you'd probably expect, it doesn't go over well. That's very interesting. This is from Haaretz, by the way, which is their newspaper in Israel. I'm going to have to read more about this later.
And there are people that...
There's no
that
law against that, though.
Not that I'm aware of. The only laws that I know of, you can't proselytize someone under the age of 18, and you cannot offer people things of value in order to cause them to listen to your presentation. For example, I can't say, hey, for $10, would you let me give you this gospel tract and scream at you? Can't do that.
Right.
I don't know if it's enforced. I'm not sure. I don't ever hear anyone arrested for it.
But there's no law against just like preaching to people.
Walk down to the old city. You'll hear people.
It gets ugly, apparently, very ugly when people, like when Jehovah's Witnesses go door to door.
People, out there preaching on the street.
Good.
Now, are they effective? I don't know. I'm not sure that people are stopping and falling on their knees and saying, oh, this is what I've been waiting for. I don't know. But what I'm telling you is that the idea that you can't say it, I know that there are places in the rest of this region where you can't do that.
For sure.
Yeah. Qatar, you can't wear a cross in public.
For sure.
You can't pray in public.
Christian prayer. A lot of people wearing crosses in Qatar, but
in Qatar?
I don't know. I have, publicly? But I don't know what the laws are. Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia? Don't think so.
I doubt it.
The one place is an exception is the Emiratis, and I love those folks because they are so progressive, and they're doing so many things to change the template of things.
Wait, what does progressive mean in this context to this guy? Like, does that mean they're progressing toward Armageddon or
things? They have a Abraham house that is a combination synagogue, church, and mosque. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? That they have the same building and they use it for all three of the major religions of the world. And
I'm not sure why that's amazing or why I give a fuck.
I think that's incredible. But they're really trying to do things that are beyond what anyone else in the region. They changed their textbooks. They teach that Israel is not a nation they should hate or seek to annihilate. They've done some remarkable things.
Have you been following all this stuff I agree with that. They have a Hindu temple in Abu Dhabi. You've been following all this like hate the Muslim stuff going on in the United States on the right?
I hear some of it, and it's unpleasant. We shouldn't hate anybody.
Amen.
That's interesting and unexpected.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. Hate is an evil thing.
Yeah.
I don't, sometimes you say, I don't support child killing. Okay, I don't either, but I don't support hate in any form. I think it's a horrible thing.
That is such a great standard.
Dude, he is so full of shit. Every word out of Tucker's mouth is complete bullshit. It drives me nuts, dude.
I want to hold myself to that. And thank you for saying that out loud.
I don't hate you.
I hope not. Governor, Ambassador, thank you very much for spending all this time. I appreciate it.
I'm glad you came.
Oh.
Please come back.
I will
go with me to some places.
He is not invited back. He was like, yeah, he's not. No one wants him there now. That's so interesting. Wow.
And a church. I want you to see that as Christians, we're pretty free here.
Pretty free, mostly, reasonably free, I think, for the most part. He's so full of shit.
Amen.
Appreciated.
Thank you.
And welcome.
The end. Anyway, wow, dude, that was interesting. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. Okay, I got to get out of here. I'm super late. I appreciate you hanging out with me. It's been fun.